Dangle to an open space. Thompson turns. Bottom of the circle. Here's a play in front. Backhand scores. Great feed for Benson in front. And Zach Benson gets the goal to put the Buffalo Sabres on top 3-2 on the power play.
How's everyone doing? We finally got a close game. The Sabres bounced back with a major 3-2 road victory over the Canadiens in Game 4. The series is now tied up 2-2. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen did make his way into the net last night. He made 28 saves on 30 shots. Zach Benson scored the game winner on his birthday, as a matter of fact, on the power play, and Josh Doan tallied a pair of assists. Back to Buffalo for Game 5 tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR. Looking around the playoffs, the Golden Knights bested the Ducks 3-2 in overtime to gain a 3-2 series lead. And the Bills, they signed tight end Shane Zylstra to a one-year contract and released kicker Maddox Trujillo. Around the NFL, the schedule releases this Thursday. Some early nuggets. The Steelers and Saints will play in Paris for Week 7, and the Bengals and Falcons will play in Madrid in Week 9. Other news, Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is participating in the team's offseason program, and Panthers general manager Dan Morgan said the team will keep talking through a potential extension for quarterback Bryce Young. You can catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Just saw something from Brian Mazurowski. I have to double check. I kind of don't believe it, but I'm going to check it. But first, we have to contractually say, "Let's go."
Let's go.
Let's go.
Goodness.
You wearing sunglasses?
I've got a whole thing going on over here.
God.
That game was such a battle last night.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, such a battle. We finally got a close game. I had to celebrate.
Yeah, you got the neck brace. Look at this guy.
Are you sure Uri Slavkovsky might be wearing the same thing after UPL's butt end to the face?
Yeah.
Let's
like he got shot.
go.
Huge.
Yeah. Oh. Huge. Huge.
I mean,
man.
to get any more stressful than that?
For at least the first 25 minutes of this show, apologies. It might be a little bit unstructured as three dudes just sitting around being like, man, that's pretty huge. Mm-hmm. That's pretty big. Wow.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, wow. Hey, Montreal's lost 3 games at home in this postseason. You've got to wonder if they're feeling too much pressure in that environment.
Might be getting to
Yeah,
it,
I think it might be getting to it. I think it's a problem. I think what they've got there is they're not hockey fans out there losing all those games at home. No, whatever. I had a friend that was at that game. Can you imagine that?
Oh.
Of all the games to steal as a fan, to get to that one and be, one of 4 people to invade that arena?
Right.
So I can't wait to find out how it was and hear from him. The Sabres win. And along the way, some miracles, some bad calls, perhaps three of the worst moments in ESPN hockey broadcasting history along the way.
Yeah.
Reviews, you know how I feel about those. Those are always so fun to talk about. Consta Helenus, our Lord and Savior, among other things. UPL, a goofy goal off the boards, and Zach freaking Benson. So, like I said, a little unstructured to start. I had a million things to talk about, and I'm just right now like, oh my goodness. Brand new series.
Right.
Brand new series. They won a game. What's the most impressive part of it? Let's start there. All right, here's your structure. What's the most impressive thing about last night's game? I'll start. That they won a game in which they were shorthanded for basically a period.
Yeah.
That's it.
Against that team.
Against that team, you took bad penalties. You also had bad calls. You were shorthanded for basically a period, and you won. At 5-on-5, they were better most of the game. And then they score on the power play. They get 2 power play goals because the Tage one was one too. But they got out of there. They found a way. It's nuts. It's not nuts that they won it. I don't think they didn't really deserve it. I thought they should have been up 2-0, obviously, and that got taken away from them. So, man, 2-2 and a best of 3. We will have a game 5 and 6 and maybe come back here for game 7. So, we'll talk about it. What was the best part or most impressive part? What do you guys got? I just think it was that they played shorthanded for so long and still won.
That maybe just is sort of in that same vein. Just the fact that they were able to like kind of get themselves in check after the way that first period went and how clearly sort of emotional it all was and how that could very easily impact how you're playing. The fact that they were able to kind of stay through that and continue playing and not get steamrolled by a team that was, buzzing around and wanting to do that, I think was really impressive. I think it was a big time like moment where they realized that, or maybe not realized, but proved to themselves that they can, all right, we got to chill out here. This has been insane. It hasn't gone our way. We've got all these bad bounces, these penalties, this review, all this. Let's just like center ourselves here and play a third period, and that's what they did. And I was impressed by that. I think it would have been easy to let that whole thing get away from you. I think kind of how it did in Game 3, and they didn't do that. So I think that was a really impressive sort of segment of the game for me.
What a recovery!
Yeah,
seriously. We'll talk to Paul at 7 today. From feeling like Game 1 was they were rattled by the crowd to, they just went in there and won. Just huge. Just absolutely huge. The stat I mentioned from Brian Mazurowski, this is going to get to Luukkonen, and I'm trying to figure out if this, in fact, is correct. That every Sabres playoff win has come from a goalie that had 2 days off. Let's do it. Game 1, right. Boston.
2 days.
Game 3, Boston.
Yep.
Game 4, there were 2 days.
Yes.
Game 6, there were 2 days.
Yeah.
Lion got 2 days rest twice on wins. Then it's this series.
Lion goes in.
Game 1, 2 days rest.
Yep.
Game 4, 2 days rest. The thing that you did build the whole goaltender plane out of has materialized
coming true
in these playoffs. It is kind of wild because you wouldn't just say that Lion was bad in these games that he lost. But every single win, they've done it with a goalie getting an extra day of rest. The other way to say that is when a goalie has had to go every other night, like a regular schedule, the goalie has lost the second game. And that is crazy.
That's
it's
wild.
Worked out like that.
That is wild.
So Lindy making those 3 lineup changes. We asked him yesterday about, would he make changes? And there were 3. Helenius, Schenn, and the goaltender. The goaltender I thought was surprising and really gutsy. I know they switched all year long. The way Luukkonen played in games 1 and 2 in these playoffs, I thought it was very gutsy. And Luukkonen played pretty much great.
Yeah.
Maybe didn't love the second goal. We can talk about that. But pretty much great. And looked up for the part. Before the game said he was excited to play. He goes in that environment and steals their souls, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
Luke Schenn, fine.
I think.
Fine. His expected goal share was the highest on the team. Maybe because he didn't play all that much. Which
he
is
didn't play much 5-on-5,
right.
but did well on the kill.
Not a surprise. So Luke Schenn, fine. And Helenius never comes out of the lineup again.
No.
Never again. Never again.
That kid can play.
He does not come out of the lineup again. No more. He had a couple rough games. A lot of players have a couple rough games. This is hockey. You know, if you're a young player and you have a couple of rough games, or a small player, you have to go out. And other guys that are having rough games don't come out. Helenius can't come out.
No.
He was, I'm not going to make him into Connor McDavid last night, but he is a fast player on a fast team. And I also think the way that he skates and the way that he kind of, if I could use this, the way that he wheels, he is not exactly just straight line. He is curving. He's curling in. He's creating space for himself. Just Östlund out of this lineup is obviously big. Helenius jumping in at 20 years old on the road in Montreal on a line that had been together for a long time. And was he your number one in expected goals on the team? He should have scored.
Twice.
Probably twice. At least once. Man,
I was really impressed with him.
Really impressed.
Yeah.
And it's another moment where in the course of the game you're thinking man, this guy's on the roster too in the future. This team has a lot to kind of work with and shape things going forward, but Helenius, he can't go out of the lineup again. He's in.
No.
It's it. He's in. He goes in on that line for McLeod, and that also changes the look of the line that McLeod goes on.
Yes, it
which
did.
is pretty good.
And
So
he didn't play much 5-on-5 at all.
No, but he had a million penalties to kill.
Right. There were so many penalties that makes sense.
Yeah.
Helenius is...
He's a player.
That was a real special debut.
And thank goodness, because, you and I had talked about it. We joked about it yesterday when you guys filled in for a couple hours because I wasn't able to be here right on time. And I said, any idea that, someone can't do a job because they're young, let's throw it out. Why would we rule out all 20-year-olds playing in that environment against Montreal? Why don't we see if Helenius is the kind of player that can do it?
Right.
And, of course, he was.
Clearly.
Zach Benson turned 21 yesterday. He's been the Sabres' most, ice in his veins player this whole playoffs.
Unbelievable.
So, young players is not being ready for the moment. If you're able to scout the player instead of the age, maybe you find that the player matters more. And Helenius was great last night. So, full marks to him, full marks to Lindy for putting him in and playing him. Yeah. And maybe he only had to play. Who knows how much he would have played him? Maybe he only played him so much because McLeod got so much time on the kill.
Sure, but whatever. He was there. I think he played second most minutes 5-on-5 up front.
That's right.
And he was out there with a minute and a half left in a 1-goal game in the playoffs in Montreal.
Yeah. Incredible.
Guys, that is insane. Lindy has got these rookies this year, these young players. I can't imagine what it's like as a coach to go all right, the 20-year-old, let's see what he can do out here in this spot, in this time. Wow. I cannot wrap my head around how impressive that is and how amazing these two. I really am thinking about Helenius and Östlund in this kind of spot because those are two guys that he has trusted in that kind of spot. How much does he think they have in them to go I'm going to give them this? Because you don't do that as the coach unless you're but because this guy's going to play this role for me for the next 10 years. That's why you do it in that spot is I'm going to get this guy an early look because I think that this kid is special. And now he has done that with Östlund this year, and now it's Helenius last night. And it is super encouraging, not only for tomorrow night, but the next 5-10 years of this organization.
Yeah, they're set up so well.
Yeah.
They're set up so well. And last night's win, the other thing about last night is, sometimes one of the old sayings will be a series starts when a road team wins, and of course Montreal won in Buffalo. They don't say a series starts when each team has won on the road. But something about the intensity of last night's game, maybe it's because it was the only game where both teams matched each other's intensity.
Right.
The first game where it was close, late. It felt to me like the series reached another level of intensity last night, whether that's, as you wake up this morning, how much you hate some Montreal players' faces.
Yeah.
How much you hate Caden Gooley today.
Uh-huh.
That started. We are at 100 out of 100 now and a best-of-3 series with Game 5 in Buffalo tomorrow. Right back to it. So, on Brian Mazurowski's point, do they have to go to Lyon because every win has been that. I'm not saying it. Like, Luukkonen was so great, you don't want to take him out.
Right.
But I don't know.
It would be really interesting.
It's a compelling stat that Brian had there to find that.
That is.
You'd be playing into the season schedule of just the rotation,
right.
right? Just do
That's
it.
Right. 803-0550 to join us in 1-888-550-2550. Let's get calls in. And let's go. Imagine being a Hurricane fan. You're bored. Congratulations on your sweep. You're bored. We're out here living life. Rich in Buffalo. Hey, Rich.
Good morning, guys. I am so happy they won. I can actually breathe now. I can exhale. But on that one disallowed goal, I just don't understand how it could be goaltender interference if the puck was already in Dobish's glove. I didn't get that. I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
I think that goal should have counted.
Yep.
I'm with you. I'll my reaction to that goal being called off last night was I turned to my old man and I said, if that was me in the net and I got that goal called back on me, I would have got to the room and been like, did we ever catch a break? Because I would never in a million years as the goaltender think I'm going to get that back because that guy touched me. I just it blows my mind that was the call there. I really don't have any.
It was such a ridiculous call. I had the thought, like, listen, when you first jumped on this morning show, and we like, hey, talk to us about goalie interference. It was a lot about that. Like, is this goal a bad goal? Oh, and what I thought last night was like a let's get stupid that we can save for tomorrow. That goalie interference should not be reviewed by referees.
No.
Goalie interference should be reviewed by a tribunal of 9 goalies of a panel, and all 9 of them have to rule that it was interference in order for it to be interference. Because, like, that play, first off, like, double review, a commercial, and then a double review. I can't get talking about review.
I know.
Everyone tweets at me when there's a review now, and I'm
So
just like,
bad.
because they know that I'm just walking around my house furious that we have stopped sports to watch a screen again, like we do every day of our lives. But the double review, and then the best part was, as on the broadcast and then on the intermission and on Twitter, everyone's like, oh yeah, Quinn. And it's just like, actually, it was Hellenus.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
That makes sense.
What did he do? And then you have to go back and watch him.
Right.
Like, oh, he skated past him?
And then the broadcast in the review was like, well, if you're Toronto, you didn't think you got it right on the first go.
Yeah, you
have a chance to clear that up here.
I mean, come on.
Like,
That was insane.
Yeah.
I that whole thing was bonkers to me. I mean, the first review, whatever. The first review was a joke. It took that long in the first place because it looked like the puck was a foot into the net in his glove. Like his entire glove was in the net.
It could be anywhere.
Gosh. And then that, like, nobody knows. Nobody knows what it means anymore.
What interference is, yeah.
And so, it's a mind bender I would bet, for players. Like, Hellenus has to be thinking, what am I supposed to do? I'm driving the puck into the net, and I take it into the crease like everybody has always said you're supposed to do, and their guy hits him more than I do, and we're getting this goal called off. It was a joke. I said it. If I had gotten that call, I would have felt like I had to give the ref some money. If I had gotten that call called off on me. And that's, to me, how I think about these is like, if I was the goaltender, would I really feel I deserve to get that back on me? And I would never in a million years, after that goal goes in, I wouldn't have even looked at the ref to complain about being touched. Never. And, whatever. They survived it, though. Like, that's the incredible thing, is that they overcame that. They overcame the goalie kick. That was insane to try and get a trip on Dahlin or whatever. It was interference. That's a joke. The Slavkovsky going down like a bundle of bricks.
That Dahlin interference. I mean, like,
oh,
if I run into you and slick my leg around you and fall down, they'll call you for interference.
Yeah, that was.
They also took a lot of dumb penalties.
They did that too.
Holy cow!
That was the Tage one to me at the end of the period. Was like, what are you doing? But also, what is that call? It is both to me.
We'll find our way to structure on Tage. So I think it's again, we're like speculating whether or not he's hurt and what he's playing through. I decided it's not stick handling.
Yeah.
Can't be. Because listen, like, is Tage hurt? How's he playing? Hurt, blah blah blah. He got a goal last night. He's been given a couple of nice bounces to keep him on the goal sheet, and that's great. But he can skate. We know that. He's flying at practice according to the team. So there's I don't think it's a skating injury. And they're consistently having him stick handle the puck on the power play into the zone. And if you couldn't stick handle because of an injury, you wouldn't do that.
No.
So maybe he can't shoot, or there's an issue with how some sort of injury would affect his shot, because he's not sniped a goal in these playoffs.
No.
He beat Swayman in game 1, but since then,
There's a wraparound
he's not getting a ton of opportunities to. But in terms of how hurt is he? I kind of want to fade a bunch of it because if it's anything, it's his shot, and I don't know what else it would be.
Right. I have felt the whole time. Everybody's been, I talked to my old man about it, and he's like, I think he's playing hurt. I'm like, I have not seen one thing. I have not seen him laboring. I have not seen him struggling to do anything. Skating, he's stick handling fine. He's fumbling it a little bit, but it's not grotesque. And, I've never seen something that I'm like, oh yeah, that looks a little wonky.
Yeah.
It just never has looked like that to me. It looks like he's struggling, and that's fine. But you've got to kind of get going at some point. And he's getting his while still sort of struggling through it. But I keep saying it. You're going to need him to take over at some point.
Yeah,
that's your guy. You need him to do something more significant at some point.
803-0550. Sabres win. They win in Montreal. They climb the mountain. They do the thing that 24 hours ago, I mean, if you were out there like me, I was in a bad place. Not about this game, but about the series and how they've looked. And they came out flying. And hopefully they get some confidence from the idea that, no, of course this Montreal team didn't just all of a sudden figure us out, unlock all of our defensive zone coverages, be able to skate circles around us. That was always... I should say that was never something we thought possible in games 2 and 3. I started to feel that, and the Sabres got a big pushback. I mean, big pushback, and they got the result, which is obviously more important. Next up, Dominic here on WGR. Good morning, Dominic.
How's it going, guys?
It's going.
So much to say after that game. But it was basically just for that first period, what the refs were watching, I have no idea between, you guys already touched on, but the interference, the call on Dahlin, and then the announcers, I think someone on Instagram said it best, and they were like, it was like watching the Bills Chiefs with Chris Collinsworth commentating. And I mean, I can't describe it better. The stuff they were saying just made no sense. That Dahlin call, like you said, Gooley or whoever it was skated into him, whipped his leg around intentionally to make it look more dramatic. And it was the most blatant dive I think I've ever seen. I literally was watching and I was like, okay, maybe they're calling this on Gooley, for embellishment. And it's no, it was interference. And it was, I have no idea. The Tage call too, I feel like these are just hockey plays. You're always bumping and rubbing into each other. And then, I mean, I don't know, this, I'll just end it with this because there's so much to say. My head's just spinning, and I'm just
same. We got the only difference is, Dominic, we'll have 4 hours to find it all and get it all out.
Right. So I'm trying to keep it simple for you guys. But just one more thing. I feel was Martin St. Louis pulling a Gordon Bombay, evil Gordon Bombay, when he's telling the kids to take a dive every time they're touched before the game? Because there was basic hockey plays where the Montreal Canadiens are spinning out of control when they get bumped, and it's a penalty. That's not a penalty. That's just two guys bumping into each other.
Yeah.
And the Canadian player decided to go flying across the ice for whatever reason, and you're calling it. It was the most obscene first period of officiating I've ever seen in my life. And I'll just leave it at that, guys. Sorry for the rambling.
Yeah, I mean, some of them were really bad penalties, really careless penalties, and some were just rough. I mean, I should look at the box score. How many were there? If you were to guess how many penalties the Sabres got called on them before I actually pull up the box score, the number is what?
7?
7? Did it feel like 11?
Yeah, it felt like 12.
It felt like a million.
Yeah.
Every time they would get any sort of foothold, they would take a penalty and be in the box again. And that was tough to take. Penalties in this game, total of penalties. I'll pull up the number here.
I feel like it was less than we might think it, like in terms of sheer number of penalties, because were there 2 double minors, at least the one, which definitely makes it feel a lot more significant.
There were 4 penalties on the Sabres in the first, 3 in the second, and none in the third.
All right.
Hey, they survived.
7. I nailed it. Let's go.
You got it. 803-0550 is our phone number. What was your favorite part? Gutsy win in Montreal, evening the series. Best out of 3 now, 2 of them at home. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring. Joe's out. He's back on Monday. And maybe the Sabres are either still playing, maybe it's a game day. Game 7. Forecast Monday, 83.
Woo.
I mean, you know.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Here we go. Indeed, here we go. No, I'm sorry. Updated forecast. 86.
Whoa.
Monday.
Whoa.
So we're bringing the heat this morning. Jeremy and Joe, Owen Parker, Joe Kelly, both here. The Sabres win in Montreal and this series. And our hearts are very much alive today. Let's talk about it with you. Jump on the phones, 803-0550 on WGR. The stat I mentioned from Brian Mazurowski, this is going to get to Luukkonen, and I'm trying to figure out if this, in fact, is correct. That every Sabres playoff win has come from a goalie that had 2 days off. Let's do it. Game 1,
Right.
Boston.
2 days.
Game 3, Boston.
Yep.
Game 4, there were 2 days.
Yes.
Game 6, there were 2 days.
Yep.
Lion got 2 days rest twice on wins. Then it's this series.
Lion goes in.
Game
starts game
1, 2
wins.
days rest.
Yep.
Game 4, 2 days rest. The thing that you did build the whole goaltender plane out of has materialized
coming true
in
here.
these playoffs.
Yeah.
It is kind of wild because you wouldn't just say that Lion was bad in these games that he lost,
No.
but every single win, they've done it with a goalie getting an extra day of rest. The other way to say that is when a goalie has had to go every other night like a regular schedule, the goalie has lost the second game. And that is crazy.
That's
It's
wild.
worked out like that.
That is wild.
Dangle to an open space. Thompson turns. Bottom of the circle. Here's a play in front. Backhand scores. Great feed for Benson in front. And Zach Benson gets the goal to put the Buffalo Sabres on top 3-2 on the power play.
I didn't hear no bell. We finally got a close game. The Sabres, they bounced back with a major 3-2 road victory over the Canadiens in Game 4 as the series is now tied up 2-2. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen did make his way into the net last night and made 28 saves on 30 shots. Zach Benson scored the game winner on the power play, and Josh Doan tallied a pair of assists. Back to Buffalo for Game 5 tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR. Looking around the NHL playoffs, the Golden Knights, they bested the Ducks 3-2 in overtime to gain a 3-2 series lead. And the Bills, they signed tight end Shane Zielstra to a 1-year contract and released kicker Maddox Trujillo. Around the NFL, the schedule releases this Thursday. Some early nuggets. The Steelers and Saints will play in Paris for Week 7, and the Bengals and Falcons will play in Madrid in Week 9. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is participating in the team's offseason program, and Panthers general manager Dan Morgan said the team will keep talking through a potential extension for quarterback Bryce Young. You can catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Here's Doan on the right side. One man ahead of him. Trailer Valeno plays it to the far circle. Back across, scores! What a feed across! And it's Matthias Samuelsson that gets Buffalo on the board first. And a 1-0 lead again at the Bell Center in Montreal with 13:28 to go in the opening period.
One of the moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a rise in your heating and cooling bills? If you do, give Belknap a ring. With 0% financing, the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green, save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728 for more comfort and less ka-ching. Give Belknap a ring. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out. He's back Monday. And Owen Parker and Joe Kelly are here as well. We're kind of talking about what's your favorite part of the win last night for the Sabres as they answer the bell and they win at the Bell Center in evening the series at 2 games apiece. I'm going to go ahead now. I've waited 35 minutes to do this, and maybe we'll do this 3 or 4 times throughout the morning, and we'll take a couple calls on this, but just so you're all aware, you did not experience this in a dream. In an NHL broadcast, you did watch someone suggest that Rasmus Dahlin was attempting to open an old cut to bleed. That happened on your television. You did hear it. We all heard it. I'm sorry. What?
That was... that happened, and I didn't even react in the moment because I'm like, wait, is
What?
he serious?
He just you think it's possible he has an existing cut in there and that he is opening it
Right.
to bleed to get an extra power play, which what? Has anyone even ever had the thought that after getting hit with a high stick, oh, he had a pre-existing condition? Is that the illness that our country is under with pre-existing? Right. There would be 4 minutes, but he had a prior cut. He already had an injury up there. That happened on planet Earth. That happened
On a professional broadcast.
Easy with professional.
Right.
Careful.
They're paid to do it.
What?
Apparently. That was as offensive a broadcasting take as I've ever seen attached to an actual
Crazy.
game. And it was like not even like he was bleeding out of his face. And this guy's like, it looks like maybe he's trying to what are you watching? He just got slashed in the face, dude. What is I don't even. I'm never a biased commentator guy, and that made me really think what?
Yeah.
Is there some kind of thing here?
Yes.
Is there some reason that they don't like the Sabres? Was Darlene mean to Ray Ferraro sometime or something?
No, in
'Cause
fact,
what is happening?
In fact, listen, Ray Ferraro's Don Granato's brother-in-law.
Yeah.
You would think that maybe there'd be a soft spot for the Sabres on some level. I don't know. The injury to Darlene is he opening up a new cut. Let's get Gene Steratore out there. Gene puts on medical gloves. I'm going to get in there and examine where did the stick hit. You see the stick hit the left side of the mouth and the blood is coming from the right side. I think let's challenge. We're going to challenge the source of the blood. Which
blood type.
I wish I had some medical terminology. Which capillary do you see this coming from, Dr. So-and-so? What's to stop us from adding that level of challenging to sports? Let's make sure the injury actually came from the play.
Did you catch when there was a clear that went out and Byram almost tipped it out and Byram touched I think it was Gooley's stick.
Yes, that was definitely a clear that went out of play.
100%.
Definitely. And not close.
And McDonough goes oh, does it stay on McDonough's or does it stay on Gooley's stick there? And then Ferraro's no, let's just not do this. Because it was clearly they missed this.
They missed it.
100%. It was a penalty. And they were about to get to it, and Ferraro was no, don't do it.
There was, again, I'm with you. I pride myself on actually almost never, by rule, complaining about officials because officiating is probably always kind of going to make you mad.
Right.
And you can't control it. And I almost never get to the announcers are biased against your team because everyone thinks they're biased against your team. However, there was a moment when the Sabres went to the power play, and Ray Ferraro's tone about the Sabres going to a power play was he was dreading the idea that they could take the lead.
Right.
Oh, Buffalo's going to the power play. He had, I'm not going to say he had money on the game. What an experience the whole night was.
Yeah, really was.
What a night.
And then every time Buffalo would take a penalty, he's well, there goes Buffalo again, making it hard on him. Dude, all right, man.
I was lucky enough. I was watching the Sportsnet broadcast, so I didn't see any of this in real time. I was criminally online throughout the game because the just watching all the fallout was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah. What did they say on Sportsnet? Anything good?
No, it was just. I guess it was. I love the coverage. It's just hockey. That's all it is. There's none of that.
They're the best over there.
We'll get to a lot of things we haven't got to yet. The goal that Dobesh gave up, which Luukkonen must have whatever
felt.
Just
also,
some sort of we're even. We're even, baby.
Can the ESPN broadcast actually say his name properly?
I know.
Once?
Subban butchered it again last night.
Yes, they just can't do it.
Earnestly.
They got 20,000 people in the Bell Center that can chant it just fine.
Right.
Yes.
I know.
It's not like they're doing it on purpose or making a joke out of it.
I heard Subban do it last night, and I thought, he's making a joke. And then he was, sincerely apologizing. I'm jeez, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Guys, you just got...
It's round 2, guys. You
got yelled at for this last round. Figure it out.
All right, 803-0550. Jeff in Buffalo. Jeff, good morning.
Hey, thank you, guys. I'm like you guys, and I am really missing that MSG broadcast. Watching, I guess it just must be ESPN. When did they start putting players' names in a box over their head on the broadcast and they skate around?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge distraction.
Yeah.
But so Helenas, 100% this guy should never come out of the lineup. I know I've heard this year a lot of parallels to the 2000 team. This guy reminds me of a Finneganov, maybe because he looks like him a little bit. It's the blonde hair. It's the energy. But, everything just seems like it's this retro kind of series going on with us right now. And I guess my question with him is, I really think that Krebs is struggling on that first line, which could be maybe why Tage's numbers have been kind of struggling. Can he plug in on that line, or does he not really have the skill set for that?
You want Helenas to plug in there?
Yes.
I think they might only do that if Tage is going to go to the wing. Helenas is centering the other lines. In terms of your comp to Max, I mean, you might not see a lot of similarities in their specific games and what they do. And Helenas is going to win with his body. He drives plays. He's good defensively. He's got a good stick. I will say, however, like something about the way that he skates, his posture. Like I said it to these guys earlier in the first segment. Just I don't know, the nature, the way that he moves to me looks like a different kind of speed and creation.
There's almost that like jump cutty to the center thing where it's like he almost stands right up to get through a guy almost, and I see that a little bit with Helenius too. He back checked like a maniac multiple times in this game, and I'm so glad he did that because I had been saying, I said it in the morning with you guys, I said it in the afternoon in Rochester when I was on. Like he's not a typical first-round pick playing early in his career where you're like horrified of the defensive responsibility aspect. He is known to be pretty responsible and smart back there, and the motor is always there. And so I think you saw all of that last night. He made a couple of really nice plays in his own end, and then obviously all the stuff with the puck on his stick going up the ice was really, really impressive. My mind continues to race with just thinking about this team in the future. Like, I'm trying to stay in this series against Montreal, but I'm thinking about, like, Thompson, Ostlund, Helenius. The center depth is mind-boggling. That they have Kulik, again, I forget to mention Kulik.
You can only have so many, and they might, you know.
And I have seen there are a bunch of people out there that still think, you know, Thompson may be winger if they can get him a playmaking centerman. And Ostlund and Helenius both look
those
to
guys
be
look
that.
Great. Yep.
And if you get one of those guys to be like a 70 assist, defensively sound, responsible centerman, and now Tage can just worry about ripping pucks in the net, he might score 65 goals.
Also, shout out to Jason Zucker, who didn't play a lot last game. And in this game, you know, he's on that line with Helenius and Quinn, and he had two unbelievable, perfect dinner plate passes to Helenius, who, he didn't get either one of them into the back of the net.
But they were both good. They got to the net.
Yeah,
I think he hit the post on one. Dobish kind of got him on one.
Required one grade A and one post or crossbar or whatever.
Yes.
Lot to like. Rob in Connecticut. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Owen. So I want to be a part of this unstructured crew. First off, Jeremy, I have a couple questions before I get to my keys of the game. What jersey did you wear, and how did you do on the links yesterday?
Nobody cares about that, Rob, about how you did in the links. So, what do you got?
All right. Well, I tell you what. When we were down for that 4 minutes in the second period, and there was like a minute and change left, and then going into the third period, when we killed that power play, that was the turning point. And I enjoyed every minute of it, and I knew that we were going to move forward with that. And then when Benson scored the goal, how much time was left in that game? Because from that time that Benson scored, I was a nervous wreck. And then when there was about a little over 2 minutes left when they pulled Dobish, I was really, really, hoping that we would get through that part too.
Yeah.
It was just nerve-wracking. Going into this game yesterday, it was a 50-50. Nervous, but we got this at the same time. I thought the roster change was beautiful.
Benson scores 4 minutes and 41 seconds into the third. And I did bring this up because, listen, did UPL steal them a game? Maybe, arguably. He definitely stole them a period. The third. Yes. In the first two periods, at 5-on-5, the Sabres had the edge in shots, 25, and shot attempts, 25-24. 2 periods in, despite being shorthanded 7 times. Mm-hmm. They were shorthanded 7 times in 2 periods. And in that time, they outshot Montreal at 5-on-5. Then the third period comes. Benson scores 4:41 in. That's where Montreal's shot share goes 25-4 at even strength. So they're protecting a lead for a lot of it. Like at some of these sites, you can track this. At Natural Stat Trick, you can see here's the Benson goal, and then zoop, there climbs Montreal's shot share. So we are at 2 different games where maybe this comes back to bite them in Game 6, Game 7, Game 5, where the Sabres have a third period lead, and their plan is we think we can lock you out.
Right.
They did it in game 1 with a 2-goal lead. They did it last night. They didn't take any penalties, and they were able to lock them out. And in fact, in the last 5 minutes of the game, Montreal got nothing.
Yeah, they did not. I think Luukkonen had the same third period that Dobish had in game 3. He made a few really, really high-quality saves early, kept his team alive in it, and then his team went down and scored the game winner. And then he just held it down.
Yep.
All right, let me sit in this and just hold down the fort here.
High danger chances for the game, 5-on-5, 10-9 Sabres.
Yeah.
Like, did they steal this game?
No.
You could argue certain ways. Like I said, I think you could argue that Luukkonen might have stole the third period.
Sure,
And
but
sure,
you
can
wanna
argue
say that for Dobish in
I was
game
gonna say,
3.
right.
It's the same.
You could also argue that Dobish stole that one from Helenus,
Right.
who would have buried the game. Like, they had 2 odd man rushes to basically kill the game and did not score.
Having a goaltender make 5 really good saves does not mean you steal a game.
Yeah.
That means you have a goaltender that can make 5 really good saves for you, and you got bailed out a couple times. They played a good game aside from all those stupid penalties they took. Right. And like if it weren't for that, they murdered them last night. In my eyes,
Yeah,
I think it wasn't even close. 5-on-5.
11 minutes shorthanded for the Sabres.
Yeah.
11 minutes in total. And I'll tell you, like, having that double minor stretched out over the second intermission, I don't know if hockey players always agree on that, but for my stress, I would prefer that every time.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely split. You get an artificial whistle built into a power play.
100%.
Like, all right, kill a minute and a half, and then come out in the third period and kill, 2.5. And they did. 803-0550, our phone number. We'll get more of your phone calls in. Sabres win. Paul Hamilton, 7 o'clock. Get his rundown on what happened. 2-2 coming back to KeyBank Center for tomorrow night's Game 5. Game day forecast for tomorrow is 49. Not so great. But if they make it to Monday, 86. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's back on Monday here on WGR. The stat I mentioned from Brian Mazurowski, this is going to get to Luukkonen, and I'm trying to figure out if this, in fact, is correct. That every Sabres playoff win has come from a goalie that had 2 days off. Let's do it. Game 1,
Right.
Boston.
2 days.
Game 3, Boston.
Yep.
Game 4, there were 2 days.
Yes.
Game 6, there were 2 days.
Yep.
Lion got 2 days rest twice on wins. Then it's this series.
Lion goes in.
Game
starts game
1, 2 days
wins.
rest.
Yep.
Game 4, 2 days rest. The thing that you did build the whole goaltender plane out of has materialized
coming true
in
here.
these playoffs.
Yeah.
It is kind of wild because you wouldn't just say that Lion was bad in these games that he lost,
No.
but every single win they've done it with a goalie getting an extra day of rest. The other way to say that is when a goalie has had to go every other night like a regular schedule, the goalie has lost the second game. And that is crazy.
That's
It's
wild.
worked out like that.
That is wild.
The stat I mentioned from Brian Mazurowski, this is going to get to...
On that one disallowed goal, I just don't understand how it could be goaltender interference if the puck was already in Dobish's glove. I didn't get that. I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
I think that goal should have counted.
Yep.
I'm with you. I'll my reaction to that goal being called off last night was I turned to my old man and I said, if that was me in the net and I got that goal called back on me, I would have got to the room and been like, did we ever catch a break? Because I would never in a million years as the goaltender think I'm going to get that back because that guy touched me. I just it blows my mind that was the call there. I really don't have any.
It was such a ridiculous call. I had the thought, like, listen, when you first jumped on this morning show, and we like, hey, talk to us about goalie interference. It was a lot about that. Like, is this goal a bad goal? Oh, and what I thought last night was like, let's get stupid that we can save for tomorrow. That goalie interference should not be reviewed by referees.
No.
Goalie interference should be reviewed by a tribunal of 9 goalies of a panel, and all 9 of them have to rule that it was interference in order for it to be interference. Because, that play, first off, double review, a commercial, and then a double review. I can't get talking about review.
I know.
Everyone tweets at me when there's a review now, and I'm
So
just like,
bad.
because they know that I'm just walking around my house furious that we have stopped sports to watch a screen again, like we do every day of our lives. But the double review, and then the best part was, as on the broadcast and then on the intermission and on Twitter, everyone's like, oh yeah, Quinn. And it's just like, actually, it was Hellenus.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
That makes sense.
What did he do? And then you have to go back and watch him.
Right.
He skated past him? Paul Hamilton on the other side. Game 5 approaches. The Sabres win last night. Series tied 2 games apiece. Meanwhile, Vegas takes a 3-2 lead over Anaheim with an overtime win. What a night it was. What a night. We'll get Paul's thoughts. Get your thoughts if you're on hold. Stick with us. Mix calls in with Paul and start to prep for Game 5 and a brand new series. Best of 3. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Brand new series. They won a game. What's the most impressive part of it? Let's start there. All right, here's your structure. What's the most impressive thing about last night's game? I'll start. That they won a game in which they were shorthanded for basically a period.
Yeah.
That's it.
Against that team.
Against that team, you took bad penalties. You also had bad calls. You were shorthanded for basically a period, and you won. At 5-on-5, they were better most of the game. And then they score on the power play. They get 2 power play goals because the Tage one was one too. But they got out of there. They found a way. It's nuts. It's not nuts that they won it. I don't think they didn't really deserve it. I thought they should have been up 2-0, obviously, and that got taken away from them. So, man, 2-2 and a best of 3. We will have a Game 5 and 6 and maybe come back here for Game 7. So, we'll talk about it. What was the best part or most impressive part? What do you guys got? I just think it was that they played shorthanded for so long and still won.
That maybe just is sort of in that same vein. Just the fact that they were able to kind of get themselves in check after the way that first period went and how clearly sort of emotional it all was and how that could very easily impact how you're playing. The fact that they were able to kind of stay through that and continue playing and not get steamrolled by a team that was, buzzing around and wanting to do that, I think was really impressive. I think it was a big time moment where they realized that, or maybe not realized, but proved to themselves that they can, all right, we got to chill out here. This has been insane. It hasn't gone our way. We've got all these bad bounces, these penalties, this review, all this. Let's just like center ourselves here and play a third period. And that's what they did. And I was impressed by that. I think it would have been easy to let that whole thing get away from you. I think kind of how it did in Game 3. And they didn't do that. So I think that was a really impressive sort of segment of the game for me.
Here's Doan on the right side. One man ahead of him. Trailer Veleno plays it to the far circle. Back across, scores! What a feed across! And it's Matthias Samuelsson that gets Buffalo on the board first. And a 1-0 lead again at the Bell Center in Montreal with 13:28 to go in the opening period.
This is what real goalie interference looks like. The Sabres bounce back with a major 3-2 road win over the Canadiens in Game 4, as the series is now tied up 2-2. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen made his way into the net and made 28 saves on 30 shots. Zach Benson scored the game winner on the power play on his birthday, as a matter of fact. And Josh Doan tallied a pair of assists as well. Back to Buffalo for Game 5 tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7 right here on WGR. And around the NHL playoffs, the Golden Knights bested the Ducks 3-2 in overtime to gain the 3-2 series lead. The Bills, they signed tight end Shane Zielstra to a 1-year contract and released kicker Maddox Trujillo. Around the NFL, the schedule releases this Thursday. Some early nuggets. The Steelers and Saints will play in Paris for Week 7. The Bengals and Falcons will play in Madrid in Week 9. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is participating in team's offseason programming, and the Panthers general manager Dan Morgan said the team will, quote, keep talking through a potential extension for quarterback Bryce Young. Catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live. Now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Paul Hamilton.
Guys, how are you?
He keeps the people coming back for more.
My Uber dropped me at the wrong terminal, so I had to wait for a bus.
On WGR.
Paul Hamilton joining us, our Sabres beat reporter, who was there last night in Montreal for Game 4. The Sabres win 3-2, our first close game of the series. Our first game of the series that perhaps involved pacing at the end of the third period. Paul, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Paul, I'm great. Impressed with the Sabres' pushback, impressed with Lindy Ruff, his lineup tweaks, his touch on this roster. He's had a lot of the right moves, a lot of the right answers, and the Sabres last night, they pull it together, and they played a pretty good game outside of a lot of bad penalties, stupid penalties, but I feel like they should feel pretty darn good about what they did last night.
Yeah, they everything kind of he did worked. I mean, I don't think Shen was all that bad. He did mostly penalty killing, when he was on the ice. I was totally wrong about Helenus. I mean, he absolutely handled himself very well out there. So you don't get them all right, I guess. I missed that one. Yeah, I mean, and then Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. As he said, he was starting to get in a real groove once the second period was rolling around. And, they sometimes say your best penalty killer is your goaltender, and he certainly made two bell ringers on Caulfield coming across the ice on one-timers. Those were phenomenal saves. Both were on the power play. And then they looked totally like themselves in the third period. I know they got outshot, but they were not getting run over at all. I mean, it was basically shots from the outside. Yep. Yeah, they were keeping the middle open clean is what I meant to say. And it was like, yeah, there's the Buffalo Sabres we've seen all season long. And I kind of think the turning point of the game. Remember, they had to start the third period killing 2 minutes and 31 seconds of a penalty.
Yeah,
and it's tie game. If the Canadians score, now these fans go off again. They just are out of their minds. If Buffalo kills it off, exactly what happened. The crowd sat down. It was the first time in 2 games I could hear myself thinking there. They basically took them out of the game, and then they get the goal themselves. The goal themselves, of course, is the game-winning goal, but I think killing that penalty was the game-winning idea, because it put everything Buffalo's way. Now they're sitting there, all right, good, we killed this penalty, we're good at that, and now we know how to play close games in the third period because we've done it all year. And then they get the power play goal. Now they really know how they want to play, because they know how to shut down a 1-goal lead, and it kind of rolled there. And as I said, that's when you say to yourself, there are the Buffalo Sabres we've seen all season long.
Yeah, the tweak to the power play, Paul. So Thompson gets the one fortunate bounce that goes as a power play goal, but the other is Benson and Doan. And I wonder, of all the things they've done over this stretch on the power play, and tweak this and tweak that, entries to me seemed to be their biggest problem. But, I mean, is it just as easy as when they put Benson and Doan out there, they put guys that are playing well, and the power play now includes the guys that you kind of want to build the whole team out of the way that they've been playing in these playoffs?
You hit the entries, that's improved, and the battles have improved. They're battling. I mean, the whole play for the goal. I mean, Doan wins his battle. Benson goes to the net. He pushes the defenseman out of the way, so he's standing there all alone. It was just a subtle push. You're not going to get called for that. But it separated the two of them. And now he's there. And that kid is skillful. I'll tell you what. I mean, and you saw it in the first goal he scored in the NHL.
Between the legs.
Yes.
Yeah.
That kid is skillful, and it's not just that goal and this goal. He scored some other skillful goals.
It's funny, Paul. It's not just skill, but like maybe that first goal should have shown us everything we need to know about Benson, which is he's going to have the guts to do anything out there.
True.
You know?
Very true.
Yeah.
And he does. And I was talking with Brian and then also Shope and the Bulldog about there's always a guy on every team that just comes out of nowhere in the playoffs, and both teams have one. Newhook for Montreal, who also scored, and Benson for Buffalo. It's just it's uncanny to me how it happens every year. Somebody that you just don't expect all of a sudden pops up, and there they are. And not only there's that, but Benson scores on his birthday. His 21st birthday. So, he was kind of giggling about that when we were talking to him. And Thompson was hilarious. Somebody said, well, what's it going to be like now that Benson's an adult at 21? He goes, just because he's 21 doesn't mean he's an adult.
Right. Fair. Paul Hamilton joining us here. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Paul, one thing, of course, they needed to do, we'll get to the penalty kill, but at 5-on-5, they were the better team. They had a higher expected goal share, high danger chances. The Sabres were buzzing early, and the disallowed goal kind of, the stoppage of the game might have stopped all that. But anyway, what we get to first is, we talked about their defensive structure, as that was what was so bad in the games again, in games 2 and game 3 especially. How much did they fix it? Was it all the way back to where it's supposed to be in your eyes?
They fixed it to a point. Goal number 1 by Montreal looked just like the other night. Guys are standing in front of the net all by themselves, Evans, but he tries to go high and puts it over the net. But they didn't stop there. They also decided to not really cover Newhook. I mean, Byron was kind of near him, but not really. And Newhook goes to the net. Now he's wide open, and it winds up being 1-1. That's when it's starting to turn Montreal's way now. Buffalo got the first goal. They almost had the second. And being there, I was going by what I was seeing, and I still think Montreal challenged the wrong thing. And I thought that it is what they challenged, and it's not when I finally got the explanation from the NHL. When Quinn on the follow-through on his shot, Dobish's glove wasn't even near being in the net. It was the follow-through of Quinn's stick that hit his glove and put it in the net. And you can't push a goaltender or any part of him in the net. That's what I thought they were challenging, because had they challenged that, they win it easily. I didn't realize it was Helenius that they were challenging coming through the crease until I got a chance to read it from the NHL. I think they could have challenged either thing. I think the hitting of the glove was more egregious than the coming through the crease, but that would have given Buffalo a 2-0 lead and a power play. Who knows what happens after that and how the game changes, but it didn't go their way. And, then Montreal, now it's starting to slip a little bit. Montreal's coming. Right after that, Montreal and the fans got into it. The Canadians got into it. They scored their goal. But the Sabres were able to hold it there until the power play. One of those dumb penalties you were talking about. And Montreal sneaks a power play goal in right before the end of the period, and it's 2-1. And now you wonder what's going to happen here. Are the fans going to carry the Canadians right through now, or how are the Sabres going to react? And I think that's when Luukkonen was talking about how he really started feeling in the groove and comfortable in the second period, and the Sabres answered the call.
Paul Hamilton joining us here. He's on the Western Hotline. Sabres win in Montreal, a score of 3-2. All right, Paul, Luukkonen. Do you go right back to him? Brian Mazurowski had the stat, Brian Mazurowski from WBEN. Every single playoff win for the Sabres through this point has come when a goalie had an extra day off, whether there was an extra day off between games or there was a goalie change. But you've had it where, just like in the regular season, you have not been going with victories on back-to-backs without the extra rest in there. So, I kind of put that out there as the context, because when Brian revealed that, I was kind of blown away, because I think, of course, you would go with Luukkonen the way he played in that game. But I don't know. Lindy said they value it. They value what they did in the regular season, and it's entirely possible they could go back.
Well, he was itching to do it, to go back and forth after, and then Lions stepped in for Luukkonen. It really seemed to me they were going to start going back and forth again when Lions jumped in. But then he played so well, then, they just decided to start going with him. Now, he had the extra rest, in between series, and then, they win game one. When he gets the extra rest in between series. But honestly, he couldn't have been tired. I mean, he was off. They were off for like 5 days or something. So it's like, okay, he got game one, they won, and there's a day off, and then he plays again. He can't be fatigued. I'm sure he wasn't. That wasn't the reason they lost. And in the scheme of things, he wasn't the reason they lost at all. I mean, 9 goals went in, but he in game 3, if it wasn't for him, it probably would have been double figures. I mean, and but still, the fact remains. And Ruff said he's been telling Luukkonen all along, you are going to get another chance. So he knew he was going to switch it at some point. He didn't know when, but he knew he was going to switch it at some point. I don't think he had planned on just running Lion right through to the end. So, he decided this was the point that he was going to change it. And, I mean, it's obvious they do have 2 starting goaltenders, so they can figure it out however they want to figure it out because they really don't have a backup. It's 2 guys that are starters.
Paul Hamilton joining us here on the Western Hotline. Luke Schenn goes in. We'll keep rolling through the lineup decisions. And, of course, like on the penalty kill, he was important. How'd you think Schenn went in his limited minutes?
I thought good. As you mentioned, mostly in the penalty kill. That he played, but he didn't hurt him. I didn't think at all. I think he was solid in the few minutes that he played. He was very solid on the penalty kill. But penalty kill, Samuelsson and Timmins, both over 7 minutes. Samuelsson, 6 block shots. Look at the block shots for each team. 6 block shots and 6 hits, and a goal. And I said to Brian, even without the goal, he should be the second star of this game, and he was the second star of the game. It was just crazy how good he was in that game, and Timmins too. With all the penalties they had to kill, and even the guys up front. Greenway was out there a long time killing penalties. Tuck was out there a long time killing penalties. Mallenstein, and Montreal did get the 1 power play goal, but the Sabres still. 7 power plays. No, you can't.
Yeah.
You got to stop that. That's 13 power plays you've given up in 2 games.
Yeah. And, Paul, some of them were stupid penalties. Some might have been embellishments from Montreal. Do you feel like the Canadiens here are employing a strategy?
Evans was the one that really, and they didn't call anything on that. He went down, and then when he realized there wasn't a penalty, he popped up like it was, he had just finished a great workout and everything. And it's like, well, wait a minute, aren't you hurt? How did you get up so fast when there was no penalty called and start screaming at the referee? That was the one I really noticed, was that one, and then that one wasn't called. Still, I mean, Thompson was a cross-check. Dahlin was an interference. I mean, the whole thing, they were penalties. And as Lindy Ruff said, whether you like the penalties or you don't, you got to stop. You got to stop putting your stick out there with the high sticks.
Once the playoffs are getting called a certain way, you have to adjust.
Yeah, you do. And the thing is, you got to be careful of your stick. You can't be wild with your stick where you're picking up all these high sticking penalties. And, they also took advantage of one Montreal took. They got their power play goal because of it, but you just have to be more careful and more. You got take care of your stick. It's your job to take care of your stick, and you got to do it.
Paul Hamilton, and then Hellenis. We didn't really dig into his game fully. What did you like about what he offered for them?
A lot of things. I mean, he a couple times just little things to make sure the puck got out of the zone, or getting the puck through the neutral zone and getting Buffalo into transition up ice. Took the puck to the net by the way, the 9 minutes that we sat there and watched this, Brian timed it. It was 9 minutes. 9.
Yeah.
That is insane. Again, if you can't figure it out in 1 minute, you go with the referee's call and let's drop the puck. I mean, you got 1 minute. And that means it's too close to call after that because you haven't been able to figure out 1 minute. Let's move on. I mean, all right, you saw the glove in the net. Why did it take you, let's say the first one was 6 or 7 minutes? Why did it take you that long? Is the glove in the net or isn't it? Isn't that kind of... Look at the replay. Is the glove in the net or isn't it? Why do you need 7 minutes to figure that out, or 6 minutes, whatever it was? It's just crazy.
Yeah. Paul Hamilton. Finally, Paul, any other player you want to shout out before we get you off here? Like, if it was Dahlin or if it was, I'm trying to think of like other little plays in the game, or Zucker. Like he went from not playing a lot, much better, and maybe that's just because he put Hellenis in position to score those 2 times, and maybe Hellenis a little bit snake bitten, or Dobish made great saves, but Zucker back to a degree.
And I thought McLeod was better playing with Malenstein and Greenway. I noticed him a little bit more, and I thought he was using his speed. That's a good call by Lindy there. Telling McLeod it's not good enough. What we've seen is not good enough. Quinn was better. I mean, Quinn had other scoring opportunities than the one that got disallowed, so he had a couple of chances. Lindy Ruff complimented him on the Benson goal by his positioning. He took one of the Canadians out of the way to help Benson get wide open. And those right there, but Zucker, I think by far that might have been the best we've seen him play in a while. And he was skating, he was moving, he has been snake bitten. I mean, there were 2 assists right there, right on the silver platter, and he didn't wind up getting points on either one, but a much better game from him.
Paul Hamilton, his appearance brought to you by Rail-X Honda. Rail-X, we got this. And finally, Paul, last minute injury update. Did any injuries come out of this game, do we think?
It does not seem like it. No, of course they're not going to tell us, but
right.
Nobody was sitting on the bench, not playing. So other than the guys that you would know would not be playing. No, it doesn't appear like they wound up with any injuries in this game from first blush.
All right, Paul Hamilton. Thanks, Paul. We'll talk tomorrow ahead of a very, very big Game 5.
Sounds good. Take care.
Injury report brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Door. Is your garage door injured? Call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. Now, of course, if they are to win tomorrow, we got to talk about booking hotel rooms and tickets in Montreal for Game 6. And the crowdfunding might need a little more money than it needed for Boston. But Montreal Saturday night, Hockey Night in Canada. Did you keep your schedule open?
I've got bad news.
What?
My girlfriend graduates from college on Saturday.
Oh, no.
And she's always wanted to go to Montreal.
I would love that, but we might be in tough on Saturday, unfortunately.
Next man up. Joe Kelly, are you ready?
It's Joe Kelly's turn.
I would go. I'd go into the belly of the beast.
Yeah.
Look, I would wear the neck brace preemptively so people wouldn't come at me. But.
I had a buddy, again, a good friend of mine. I told him if he wants to call in today and tell us about the atmosphere. He was there last night, he and his wife and a couple other friends, and they wore their Sabres gear, and he so far the only update I got is that he did not get punched.
That's good.
And they won.
It's a good update.
That's a victory. Get more calls in here, 803-0550. Paul in Buffalo. Paul, good morning, good sir.
Good God. I mean, Kelly Sutherland and TJ Luxman, that was embarrassing. I don't want to see these 2 officials again in this series. They officiated that like a youth hockey game. You can't call that interference on Dahlin.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can call that cross-check on Tage. Caden Gooley is being rewarded for diving. I should have seen there should have been at least one unsportsmanlike conduct on him. And for them to stop a game for 12 minutes to do 2 reviews and take all the momentum from the Buffalo Sabres, that was outrageous. I mean, we were dominating Montreal when they went to review that. And when they took that goal away, the crowd went bonkers. And, of course, Montreal got juice from it. 2 shifts later, a puck's in the net. Oh, that was irritating, man. The penalty kill, obviously, though, was great all night. It needed to be. One thing I want to point out, the first goal, man, holy cow, the play Josh Doan makes to keep the puck and then get it to Norris, who makes just a beautiful pass to Samuelson, who has the finish. That was a great play that's kind of got lost in the WWE officiating we had. But great game. Zach Benson, what a hero. Gotta love him. Ryan McLeod, as soon as Sam Carrick's healthy, you're off the roster. I can't stand watching him. He can't win a puck battle to save his life. And his speed is almost useless. Great, he gets 1 or 2 zone entries a game. Whoopee-doo. He is the softest player in the NHL playoffs. Unless your last name is Hudson or Hughes, you had better hit somebody and win some puck battles against the wall. And Ryan McLeod doesn't do either. Thank God he blocked 1 shot last night. Unbelievable. Now I see why after 7-0, almost 70 playoff games, Ryan McLeod's stats are what they are in the playoffs. He is a regular season player. I can't even look at him anymore out there. He was down to 7 minutes last night, and that's all he deserved. Guys, have a good show.
Thanks, Paul. It's, listen, there's a couple things. You win a game, you feel better about the series. The way they played, you feel better about the series. And for the second time this postseason, I want to get to, I also feel better about their chances because the center they threw in that's the young kid makes them look like a better team. Hellenus, I think it's a better team. I think that line showed up for the first time since Game 1 against Montreal. They looked okay. In the Boston series, that line was kind of not much at all. So I like their chances. And it's in part because they might have rebuilt that line with Hellenus in the middle there. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. The Sabres will have decisions. You think about what the roster looks like, and Hellenus and Östlund and Kulik and McLeod and Thompson and Norris, and there's a crowded house here. And what Jarmo does with it in the offseason, it'll be really interesting to watch. But, of course, we don't have to talk about that yet. They're not going to the offseason just yet. Again, it wasn't an elimination game. They will play at least through Saturday, and Saturday night in Montreal for Game 6. Game 5 tomorrow, Game 6 in Montreal. That is an 8 o'clock start, right? We saw that move to an 8 o'clock hockey night in Canada Saturday night. Montreal, Buffalo, 8 o'clock start for hockey night in Canada. Good times. Mitch Marner leads all players in the playoffs with 16 points. That's perennial underachiever Mitch Marner. So the Leafs, right? They're going through the thing that we usually go through. That guy wasn't good enough. What's he doing? Huh?
He's being awesome.
Yeah. They did win the lottery though, so that's nice for them.
Yeah, that's cool.
What else? Don't let anybody convince you the Sabres did not play well in this game.
No.
They killed a million penalties, and when they were 5-on-5 expected goals, the numbers on this, they had better chances. The first 10 minutes do count. They were the better team at 5-on-5, and they have been through the series. Through the series, it is at 5-on-5, the expected goal share belongs to Buffalo. They just have to keep playing at 5-on-5. And if they can do 2 things going forward. 1, play 5-on-5 more, stop taking dumb penalties. And 2, all of a sudden the power play has life.
Mm-hmm.
They have a couple of maybe fortunate ones, but after going, what was it, 0 for 36 is what it got to?
It was in the 30s.
Yeah, now it's just a regular power play. It's
right.
Not decline the penalty. It's when they get a power play, okay, there might be an opportunity to score here. They've scored a couple. They've had a couple power plays where they maybe deserved one. So, find your way. And what would you do in net? Do you just go rotate? Because that has worked for a lot of the year, and it has even worked in these playoffs.
Yeah. I would think about it. That stat from BMAS, that's
every
telling.
Every single playoff win involves a goalie getting 2 days rest.
And I think that it's been a thing that all season we've heard about how much both of the guys, well, at least one of the guys, Lyon, likes it. I don't know that UPL loves it, but it works for him. He might not like it, but
last night's such a great example of the goalie mindset that we talk about with you a lot. Here, the outsider looks at Luukkonen oh man, 2 games in the playoffs and he got pulled. What's his future? We'll never see him again. Oh, what's that? Game 4 in Montreal, tons of saves, right back on the horse.
Right.
That's the life.
That's
what you sign up for.
My old man's been saying sucker for the goalie redemption story, and I'm right there with him.
Yeah.
Because it's awesome. I mean, it's a brutal position, and it's a great story when you get a guy that can sort of revive it.
Yep.
And I think Luukkonen had a really, really great night last night. So
803-0550. More of your calls. We're wide open. We've got time for you. Pretty much open the rest of the day. So, yeah, congratulations to the Sabres on a gutty win to even the series to 2 games apiece. We'll keep talking about it, whatever you got on your mind. Join us at 803-0550 here on WGR.
On that one disallowed goal, I just don't understand how it could be goaltender interference if the puck was already in Dovish's glove. I didn't get that. I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
I think that goal should have counted.
Yep.
I'm with you. I'll my reaction to that goal being called off last night was I turned to my old man and I said, if that was me in the net and I got that goal called back on me, I would have got to the room and been like, did we ever catch a break? Because I would never in a million years as the goaltender think I'm going to get that back because that guy touched me. I just it blows my mind that was the call there. I really don't have any.
It was such a ridiculous call. I had the thought, like, listen, when you first jumped on this morning show, and we like, hey, talk to us about goalie interference. It was a lot about that. Like, is this goal a bad goal? Oh, and what I thought last night was like a let's get stupid that we can save for tomorrow. That goalie interference should not be reviewed by referees.
No.
Goalie interference should be reviewed by a tribunal of 9 goalies of a panel, and all 9 of them have to rule that it was interference in order for it to be interference. Because, like, that play, first off, like, double review, a commercial, and then a double review. I can't get talking about review.
I know.
Everyone tweets at me when there's a review now, and I'm
So
just like,
bad.
because they know that I'm just walking around my house furious that we have stopped sports to watch a screen again, like we do every day of our lives. But the double review, and then the best part was, as on the broadcast and then on the intermission and on Twitter, everyone's like, oh yeah, Quinn. And it's just like, actually, it was Hellenus.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
That makes sense.
What did he do? And then you have to go back and watch him.
Right.
Like, oh, he skated past him? Luukkonen, and I'm trying to figure out if this in fact is correct. That every Sabres playoff win has come from a goalie that had 2 days off. Let's do it. Game 1, Boston.
2 days.
Game 3, Boston.
Yep.
Game 4, there were 2 days.
Yes.
Game 6, there were 2 days.
Yeah.
Lion got 2 days rest twice on wins. Then it's this series.
Lion goes in.
Game
Game
1, 2 days rest.
Yep.
Game 4, 2 days rest. The thing that you did build the whole goaltender plane out of has materialized
coming true
in
here.
these playoffs. It is kind of wild because you wouldn't just say that Lion was bad in these games that he lost. But every single win, they've done it with a goalie getting an extra day of rest. The other way to say that is when a goalie has had to go every other night, like a regular schedule, the goalie has lost the second game. And that is crazy.
That's
it's
wild.
worked out like that.
That is wild.
Here's Doan on the right side. One man ahead of him. Trailer Veleno plays it to the far circle. Back across, scores! What a feed across! And it's Matthias Samuelsson that gets Buffalo on the board first. And a 1-0 lead again at the Bell Center in Montreal with 13:28 to go in the opening period.
How's everyone doing? We finally got a close game. The Sabres bounced back with a major 3-2 road victory over the Canadiens in Game 4. The series now tied up 2-2. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen did make his way into the net last night and made 28 saves on 30 shots. Zach Benson scored on the game winner on the power play, and Josh Doan tallied a pair of assists as well. Back to Buffalo for Game 5 tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR. Looking around the NHL playoffs, the Golden Knights bested the Ducks 3-2 in overtime to gain a 3-2 series lead. And the Bills, they signed tight end Shane Zielstra to a 1-year contract and released kicker Maddox Trujillo. Looking around the NFL, the Bills signed some early nuggets with the schedule release this Thursday. The Steelers and Saints will play in Paris for Week 7. The Bengals and Falcons will play in Madrid in Week 9. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. participating in the team's offseason program. Panthers general manager Dan Morgan said the team will keep talking through a potential extension for quarterback Bryce Young. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Dangle to an open space. Thompson turns. Bottom of the circle. Here's a play in front. Backhand scores. Great feed for Benson in front. And Zach Benson gets the goal to put the Buffalo Sabres on top 3-2 on the power play.
One of your Firth moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments of your life, go forth to Firth. Go forth to Firth. Zach Benson, later in the game, just singing along to Don't Stop Believin' at the Bell Center is his Joe Montana sees John Candy in the stands at the Super Bowl moment.
Right.
If I may. Just like, I'm just hanging out in the center of the sports universe right now in the Coliseum as everyone screams bloody murder at us, and I'm singing Journey songs.
That's awesome.
No big deal. I'm 21 years old. Of all the places to turn 21, Canada, not good. It's fine. You can
Montreal is
you can already have a beer.
You can already
just already have a beer.
Right.
So like, hey, here's your first beer. Like, what are you talking about? I mean,
good point.
if I was here, the kids today.
He's also Canadian, so
sure,
it doesn't really 21st for a Canadian doesn't really register the same way.
Yeah, that's probably right. He,
so it's probably not even like he doesn't even think of it like that.
Right.
He doesn't care.
803-0550 our number. Sabres win. How about it? Sabres win.
Do you think when he was singing "Don't Stop Believing," was he saying "Don't Stop Believing" like the sign in the arena? I bet he was.
You think so?
I bet he was.
You think so?
I bet he did.
Benson, how about it? And Hellenis, how about it? And Osland, how about it? Like, we're watching the 20 and 21-year-olds make a difference in the postseason.
It is really incredible.
Yeah.
How well set up they are.
Well, this series now will go a minimum 6, and I know one of the storylines will be like Carolina getting the rest, but I think if you're a conspiracy theorist, the league should want this series to keep going. And last night's game might have been the first one where it lived up to the billing. Game 1, the Sabres dominate early and 4-1 to just cruise to 4-2. Games 2 and 3, Montreal pretty much dominates. And then last night, the Sabres might have been on their way to dominating early, but that goal that got taken off the board kind of changes the scope of things, and we get our first close game in the series. That includes a third period power play go-ahead goal and goes at the game-winning goal.
What a goal, too.
What a goal.
Way. Like, to control that off the foot.
From the foot to
and then to stick handle and not just shove it at the net right away is incredible from him. Like, he's in a spot there where everybody is going to converge on you. And he handles that puck, makes a little move, and just roofs it.
It is also like, it's so funny. Desperation time on a power play. what do teams do? Let's put the largest man possible at the front of the net.
Yep.
What do the Sabres get the game-winning goal on? The smallest guy on the team in front of the net, making a play. Like, instead of just winging it around and trying to find the Tage one-timer, which I don't even know if they're going to try that anymore. I don't know if Tage can really get into one. Who knows? But they've been working the front of the net. They've been getting traffic. And Dobesh, again, it's another game where I'm thinking he's good, and he made some really incredible saves in this game.
Yeah.
I'm not a goalie. You are. I just don't think he's all that clean.
No, he is very sloppy.
The puck is always at his feet.
He's always very sloppy. But that's a little bit of how he plays, and it like kind of just always has worked for him.
The number one question I'm wondering, and of course everyone is which was worse, the UPL goal in Game 2 or the Dobesh goal?
The UPL goal.
Yeah, because the Dobesh goal is a completely unexpected circumstance.
Yeah, that's almost not even on Dobesh.
Yep.
There. Like that's like, and they even like that arena is known, that door specifically is known to do that. So that's normally a play you might see a guy go out and play it, but he knows like it's a little risky over there.
Yeah.
And what you're trying to not have happen is it bounce off the stanchion and go in front of the net. You're behind the net and somebody can just fire it into the empty net. So you stay in the net, and then it eventually goes so close that it glances off his pad and in. That's just a bad bounce. There's no way for you to track that puck because you're never expecting the boards to spit it out that way. And so that's you have a way easier time as the goaltender, like explaining like, well, listen, he's rimming it around.
Right.
I'm already trying to be safe versus, I got beat by a bouncer because I didn't double cover it. And that's kind of just my fault. The bouncer is a bouncer.
Get some more calls in here. Charles in Niagara Falls. Charles, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Man, only a Buffalo sports team you get these games like this. I know there's crazy games in all teams, but it seems like we probably got about half of them.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel. But listen, some of them calls, like that Ali penalty and the guy shot the puck over the boards that the dude never touched the puck. Could they have reviewed that?
I'm sure that they might introduce it soon. Like, who knows? No, I don't think you can review that. But
I don't think you can.
I'm glad
either.
you can't. I don't want everything reviewed.
Right.
There was a play earlier this year where in the playoffs somebody got scored on. Was it Vegas? There was an icing that. Like, I'm ready for them to add the icing review.
Anaheim, Vegas had an icing that was like Quenville was losing his mind.
I wouldn't change a thing. I wouldn't change a thing about the game, as crazy as it all was, because who knows, if we didn't take some of them penalties, they might have scored 5-on-5. I wouldn't change a thing. It worked out. But listen, I would rotate the goalies. Like, sometimes in sports we like tweak something for the big game, and then halfway through the game you go, we got to go back to what we did, man. We got to go back to what we do. I think we got to go. I think the goalies might feed on alternating, and the team might feed on alternating the goalies. That's what got us here all year, man. We might as well go back to it.
We'll see if they do. Lindy, yesterday with us, said that the rotation has served them well. It gives them something, and it gave them something last night. I think I'm going to expect Lyon in Game 6. Or is it Game 5? I think I'm going to expect it.
I really might too, which
feels
feels so crazy.
Right.
After Luukkonen played really well.
And just say, like, we're going to do that. We're going to do that.
I think that might be a prudent move.
You can review puck over the glass. You can't review if no penalty was called.
Right.
Of course, makes total sense.
Yes, right. You can't challenge, for the non-call.
It was definitely a penalty.
It was, but they didn't call it. So,
and to the point about, like, if you didn't take those penalties, maybe they would have scored 5-on-5. Montreal's expected goals at 5-on-4 in 11 minutes were 1.79. Their expected goals in 38 minutes of 5-on-5 are 1.76. So I'll take my chances at 5-on-5 against that team.
Yeah.
At 5-on-5, the Sabres had a higher expected goals. They had a higher expected goal share. Everything. At 5-on-5, they're the better team. They have been through 4 games, but they have been trying to kill way too many penalties. So, is Montreal noticing that our best chance is on the power play?
I would think they have to.
They're a really good skating team that can draw them.
Right. That helps.
Is it a coincidence I just watched the season finale of Shoresy, which is all about like winning honorably and all that? I just watched that yesterday. Finally finished the series.
Good.
I was thinking about it as Caden Gooley's just taking dives all over the ice.
Trying to run himself over. My mind is racing with the goaltender stuff right now, though. This is the most I've been unsure of what I think they should do.
Yeah.
I often have a thing of like, okay, I think this is what they will do, and this is what I think they should do, and sometimes that's the same, sometimes it's not. This, I don't even know. I always do think I have an opinion on what would be best, and I don't know if I do right now.
Yeah.
Because I think Luukkonen was so good in the third period, and I did hate the Caulfield goal. Let me say that, by the way. That Caulfield goal was
tough.
Bad. He got behind the play and just chased it the whole way there. And it was gross. And that's what you're going to get with him. You might get that. But you'll also get the 2 one-timer saves he made on Caulfield in the third period. And that's the give and take. And I've always talked about Luukkonen as a momentum guy, and he can get really hot and roll. But I also, this rest thing is really at the top of my mind, where it's like, how valuable is that?
Yep.
How much does that help both of them? Even if Luukkonen might not like it as much as Lyon does, that might be a benefit to have them both. All right, you're going to go, and then you're going to take a seat so that you can be great tomorrow or the next day or whatever it is. And there's so many aspects to it. It could light a fire in them where it's like, I deserve to be playing every game, so I'm going to go out there and show them and play great. And that could be great for both of them. And so I think there's a lot of benefits to like, all right, you know what? We're going to do just back and forth. Let's see. Luukkonen, you won. Great job. You'll get game 7 if we get, or game 6 if we get there. Lyon, get back in there and see if you can't get a win too. And if you do that, then you sort of build this armor of anytime we switch goalies now, there's never going to be the question of, is this a panic move? It now just becomes your norm. And then your team is more comfortable with that and is ready for that. And the media is ready for that. And there's not this sort of swarming they lose game 6. Now they go to Luukkonen in game 7. Oh, is that crazy now? Right. No, that's just what they do.
They've done it all year. Yeah.
And that could be a benefit too. So I think starting an alternate thing here might be a smart play.
Yeah. 803-0550, game 5 tomorrow night. The NFL schedule is coming out slowly, and if you're familiar with the term "jump the shark," I think the NFL schedule release has jumped the shark. They're just going about your day, and if you're terminally online like many of us are, it's like, it ends up being a Mad Lib. The Bengals and Jaguars are playing in Madrid in Week 7. Great.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations.
Why?
I'm really happy for you. I don't actually need this slow leak of information.
Right.
Let's see if we get any more Bill stuff today. The Bills opening, of course, in Week 2. I think Week 1's going to be Vegas. That's just me. Vegas Week 1. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out on leave. He's back on Monday, and we are talking about the Sabres' Game 4 win on to Game 5. Of course, the biggest question is Sabretooth going to come down from the rafters? They haven't won a home game where he didn't. Time to do it, Tooth. You've been called upon. Duty demands it. Game 5 tomorrow at KeyBank Center, and it'll be here on WGR. Brand new series. They won a game. What's the most impressive part of it? Let's start there. All right, here's your structure. What's the most impressive thing about last night's game? I'll start. That they won a game in which they were shorthanded for basically a period.
Yeah.
That's it.
Against that team.
Against that team, you took bad penalties. You also had bad calls. You were shorthanded for basically a period, and you won. At 5-on-5, they were better most of the game. And then they score on the power play. They get 2 power play goals because the Tage one was one too. But they got out of there. They found a way. It's nuts. It's not nuts that they won it. I don't think they didn't really deserve it. I thought they should have been up 2-0, obviously, and that got taken away from them. So, man, 2-2 and a best of 3. We will have a game 5 and 6 and maybe come back here for game 7. So, we'll talk about it. What was the best part or most impressive part? What do you guys got? I just think it was that they played shorthanded for so long and still won.
That maybe just is sort of in that same vein. Just the fact that they were able to like kind of get themselves in check after the way that first period went and how clearly sort of emotional it all was and how that could very easily impact how you're playing. The fact that they were able to kind of stay through that and continue playing and not get steamrolled by a team that was, buzzing around and wanting to do that, I think was really impressive. I think it was a big time like moment where they realized that, or maybe not realized, but proved to themselves that they can, all right, we got to chill out here. This has been insane. It hasn't gone our way. We've got all these bad bounces, these penalties, this review, all this. Let's just like center ourselves here and play a third period. And that's what they did. And I was impressed by that. I think it would have been easy to let that whole thing get away from you. I think kind of how it did in Game 3. And they didn't do that. So I think that was a really impressive sort of segment of the game for me.
I kind of think the turning point of the game, remember they had to start the third period killing 2 minutes and 31 seconds of a penalty.
Yeah.
And it's tie game. If the Canadians score, now these fans go off again. They just are out of their minds. If Buffalo kills it off, exactly what happened. The crowd sat down. It was the first time in 2 games I could hear myself thinking there. They basically took them out of the game, and then they get the goal themselves. The goal themselves, of course, is the game-winning goal, but I think killing that penalty was the game-winning idea because it put everything Buffalo's way. Now they're sitting there, all right, good, we killed this penalty, we're good at that, and now we know how to play close games in the third period because we've done it all year. And then they get the power play goal. Now they really know how they want to play because, they know how to shut down a 1-goal lead. And it kind of rolled there. And as I said, that's when you say to yourself, there are the Buffalo Sabres we've seen all season long.
Yeah. So, a funny thing happened last night. The town of Allegheny officials posted on Facebook they wanted to remind residents that the discharge of cannons and explosive devices is not permitted within the town. Cannons present serious public safety concerns, including risks related to noise, fire, explosives, potential injury, property damage. Was that because of the Benson goal?
Maybe.
Ripping off a cannon in Allegheny?
What are we in Columbus?
I was just going to say, Columbus action here? What's happening?
Whatever.
I mean, cool. I mean, if we'll
are we
take
firing
it.
cannonballs?
While we're at cannons and things, I've been meaning to get this take out here for a couple days. You know what I'm missing at the arena? All these 05, 06 vibes and all that. People love that, and we can't have everything from the past, like Sabretooth dropping from the rafters. But I miss the siren. The horn and the siren was a vibe.
There was something about that.
I like the siren.
There was something about that horn and the siren, and then the smoke coming out of the goalhead's
like
face.
The siren was it.
Yeah, that was
so.
Good.
Anyway.
Wow, that unlocked a deep memory.
Listen to those goals. It's the horn and then the siren, and I mean it takes it to another level. I miss the siren.
I'm having like deja vu.
Bring the siren back. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Wow. All right, 803-0550, our phone number. Hey, the U.S. Open, the PGA Championship is this week.
Yes.
That's exciting. That's exciting.
Be fun to get some alternative coverage there if you want to take a break.
Yeah. And in the NHL, it's funny. Like at the start of the playoffs, you get games every night. Games. And it's so exciting. And then it really starts to wind down. Tonight, you'll get Colorado and Minnesota, and the Avalanche can advance.
Yeah.
And if they do, Sabres and Canadiens and Golden Knights and Ducks play on Thursday. No games Friday if the Colorado series is over, and no games on Sunday. You've got the two series that are still alive on the same day. So, not that is something the NHL can avoid. Just kind of works out that way. We're wide open to take your phone calls. If you're on hold, stick with us. If not, you can get there. How'd you like their game? What was your favorite part about it? And how does the series look now? I think it looks better for a couple reasons. I think we got a lot of what we needed to see last night, more than just a win, but a formula and an indication that they can bounce back and that they can go to Montreal and play well, be sound. Lots to like. 803-0550. Just stay out of the penalty box. Game 5 on the way tomorrow. The stat I mentioned from Brian Mazurowski, this is going to get to Luukkonen, and I'm trying to figure out if this, in fact, is correct. That every Sabres playoff win has come from a goalie that had 2 days off. Let's do it. Game 1, Boston.
2 days.
Game 3, Boston.
Yep.
Game 4, there were 2 days.
Yes.
Game 6, there were 2 days.
Yeah.
Lion got 2 days rest twice on wins. Then it's this series.
Lion goes in.
Game 1, 2
wins.
days rest.
Yep.
Game 4, 2 days rest. The thing that you did build the whole goaltender plane out of has materialized
coming true
in these playoffs. It is kind of wild because you wouldn't just say that Lion was bad in these games that he lost. But every single win, they've done it with a goalie getting an extra day of rest. The other way to say that is when a goalie has had to go every other night like a regular schedule, the goalie has lost the second game. And that is crazy.
That's
it's
wild.
Worked out like that.
That is wild.
I kind of think the turning point of the game, remember they had to start the third period killing 2 minutes and 31 seconds of a penalty.
Yeah.
And it's tie game. If the Canadians score, now these fans go off again. They just are out of their minds. If Buffalo kills it off, exactly what happened. The crowd sat down. It was the first time in 2 games I could hear myself thinking there. They basically took them out of the game, and then they get the goal themselves. The goal themselves, of course, is the game-winning goal, but I think killing that penalty was the game-winning idea because it put everything Buffalo's way. Now they're sitting there, all right, good, we killed this penalty, we're good at that, and now we know how to play close games in the third period because we've done it all year. And then they get the power play goal. Now they really know how they want to play because, they know how to shut down a 1-goal lead. And it kind of rolled there. And as I said, that's when you say to yourself, there are the Buffalo Sabres we've seen all season long.
Yeah.
On that one disallowed goal, I just don't understand how it could be goaltender interference if the puck was already in Dobish's glove. I didn't get that. I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
I think that goal should have counted.
I'm with you. I'll my reaction to that goal being called off last night was I turned to my old man and I said, if that was me in the net and I got that goal called back on me, I would have got to the room and been like, did we ever catch a break? Because I would never in a million years as the goaltender think I'm going to get that back because that guy touched me. I just it blows my mind that was the call there. I really don't have any.
It was such a ridiculous call. I had the thought, like, listen, when you first jumped on this morning show, and we like, hey, talk to us about goalie interference. It was a lot about that. Like, is this goal a bad goal? Oh, and what I thought last night was like a let's get stupid that we can save for tomorrow. That goalie interference should not be reviewed by referees.
No.
Goalie interference should be reviewed by a tribunal of 9 goalies of a panel, and all 9 of them have to rule that it was interference in order for it to be interference. Because, that play, first off, double review, a commercial, and then a double review. I can't get talking about review.
I know.
Everyone tweets at me when there's a review now, and I'm
So
just like,
bad.
because they know that I'm just walking around my house furious that we have stopped sports to watch a screen again, like we do every day of our lives. But the double review, and then the best part was, as on the broadcast and then on the intermission and on Twitter, everyone's like, oh yeah, Quinn. And it's just like, actually, it was Hellenus.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
That makes sense.
What did he do? And then you have to go back and watch him.
Right.
Like, oh, he skated past him?
Here's Doan on the right side. One man ahead of him. Trailer Veleno plays it to the far circle. Back across, scores! What a feed across! And it's Matthias Samuelsson that gets Buffalo on the board first. And a 1-0 lead again at the Bell Center in Montreal with 13:28 to go in the opening period.
Finally, a close game in the series. The Sabres bounce back with a major 3-2 road victory over the Canadiens in Game 4. The series is now tied up at 2-2. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen did make his way into the net last night and made 28 saves on 30 shots. Zach Benson scored the game winner on the power play on his birthday as well. Josh Doan tallied a pair of assists. Back to Buffalo for Game 5 tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR around the NHL playoffs. The Golden Knights bested the Ducks 3-2 in overtime. They gained a 3-2 series lead. The Bills, they signed tight end Shane Zielstra to a 1-year contract and released kicker Maddox Trujillo. And around the NFL, schedule releases this Thursday. We got some nuggets out there now. The Steelers and Saints will play in Paris for Week 7. The Bengals and Falcons play in Madrid in Week 9. In other news, Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. participating in the team's offseason program. And the Panthers general manager Dan Morgan said the team will keep talking through a potential extension for quarterback Bryce Young. Catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Analyzed, and Dahlin looks like he does have a little blood on that lip. They're trying to get a look at it as Carrier's stick got him right in the mouth on the turnover. Might be an old cut that he might be trying to open up right now.
Maybe. Might be. Might be a ketchup packet that he had in his sleeve. Might be one of those the pills that wrestlers have. He's just waiting to bite on it the whole game to. Right? Is that what they do in pro wrestling? They have like a little pill.
Right.
I'm bleeding.
It's like a super spy cyanide pill.
Let's bring the medical team out here. Let's test that to make sure that it's human blood and not pig's blood that they use in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make sure. Hold on, everybody. Are we sure that the stick to the face has actually created the blood? Who among us can be sure? Says Sean McDonough. What a moment.
Gosh.
Incredible. All right, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out on leave. Owen Parker, Joe Cali here. The Sabres are even, 2 games apiece. And somebody write to me and say, like, what were you doing for the final 7 minutes of the game, 10 minutes of the game? We had people over. We were going to watch out back, and it was a light rain, just enough to not sit out there under like a awning or umbrella. Fine, all right. So we went inside. And, I'm watching the game in the same seat the whole time. And as soon as it got to about 7 minutes left, I'm looking at the clock the whole time thinking, get this to 2 minutes because you're the best empty net team in hockey.
Yeah.
And they didn't get an empty netter. But whenever the net is empty, I feel pretty good about them. Norris made a couple of really nice clears, by the way, at the end. One especially. And 7 minutes left, I get up and I start to pace. And I start to walk around the room and stand in different places.
Yeah.
And my one buddy said to me, like, go sit in the seat. You've been in the seat the whole game. You're going to ruin, you're going to throw off the mix. I'm like, I cannot sit down. This is not happening. You want me to stand on the couch? I'll stand on the couch. I'm not sitting down. I couldn't do it. It was incredible. An incredible night, an incredible game, incredible response from the Sabres in a number of ways. Get rid of the penalties. Get to your game at 5-on-5. It really might be that what they've needed, and we saw this in Boston, we saw this last night, what they've needed was their second center to be someone that can carry a line.
Right.
Is that not what happened with Östlund? Is that not what happened with Helenius? They go in and they give a little bit more than what you'd been getting at that position. So, like, Helenius never coming out again as far as I'm concerned. Are they going to get Östlund back in the next series if they make it?
Maybe.
He was ruled out for this series.
Maybe.
Just thinking about it,
It's possible.
I don't want to write him off as gone for the year because he's not supposed to be gone for the year. Win a couple games, he comes back. And then, is Helenius still stay in the lineup? I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself. I thought the kid was great.
I totally agree.
Wanted him double shifted. I thought he was so good.
I know.
I thought he was great. And I'm so glad that Lindy made the decision to put him on a real line with a chance to make a difference. And to get those guys going, and I thought they did score a goal that got taken off the board, and Helenius himself maybe should have had 2.
Yeah, Lindy deserves like all kinds of coaching props for last night.
He's just had all the right buttons pushed.
It's incredible. I mean, the not that you want to be thinking that you're going to take a million penalties, but having Schenn there as a guy that's killed penalties for 15 years in the league. And like, all right, we all were skeptical about that. It worked out just fine. That, to me, was the riskiest move. The Luukkonen thing was risky, again, because, like, he's unstable. He can be bad, and when he's bad, he kills you. And he wasn't. He was great, and he, I think, really came through in the third period. And Helenius, like we just talked about, like, the kid can play. And that is three decisions that I think are tough calls to make, and he went, let's do all 3. Yeah. Let's go.
I don't think you have to keep Schenn in.
No, I don't think
that
so.
ends up being a great game for Schenn to be in because of how much time you did kill penalties.
Right.
But at 5-on-5, let me check his ice time, what he got in 5-on-5, because
I don't think he did poorly in terms of expected goal share or anything like that. Yeah. I think he had good numbers there.
He played 4 minutes of 5-on-5.
Yeah.
And on the penalty kill, Schenn played 240, not all of it. Timmins and Samuelsson are the guys that are out there for most of it.
Horses for that.
Yep. Timmins 736 shorthanded.
That's absurd.
Yeah, and Samuelsson 707.
And they both were there were a few plays that Samuelsson made, like early reads on plays in the corner to go and he is just hammering guys into the boards. It doesn't look like he's blowing people up, but there are hits he's making where it's like, oh, you just do not want to be in between him and the boards because he's a big, heavy dude, and he is going in hard and killing plays and like one hand on the stick, like, oh, here, Timmons, go get that out of here. And I'm just going to hold my guy right on the boards. Nothing. And I was really impressed with that. Another guy I thought had a nice night that I think has been good all year, and we haven't gotten to him today. Power, I think, was good last night.
Yeah.
He made a couple of really nice passes up the ice to just jumpstart plays, which is what he always does. But I thought it was really noticeable last night. And there were a couple times that he had some good pins in the corner and like won a couple of nice battles. I really liked him. Quinn, by the way, how about him becoming like a battler?
Yeah.
Like a real puck possession guy that can go in and win battles in corners. How much did we talk about that being a worry with him coming into the playoffs? And he's really gotten good at that. He's going into the corner with defensemen and coming out with the puck, making plays a lot. I've been really impressed with him. I know he's not scoring in these spots he's getting himself to, which have been
even though he did
spots.
score.
Right, yeah, right.
Like taken
but
away.
I have really liked his game.
I think he's going to score. If he gets 3 games with Hellenis, he's going to score a goal.
Yeah.
That line's going to score again.
100%.
And, I mean, does it change, like, what they try to get that line out? Like, again, now that you're back home for Game 5, you can choose the matchups a little bit better. And do I have a new line? Because Hellenis made that line a lot different. Like, it's just – in shot share, I can pull that up as well. We'll get some more phone calls as well. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Your forwards, the best forwards at, like, shot share, Zucker, Malenstein, Hellenis. Like, 2 of the 3 are those guys at 5-on-5, Hellenis and Zucker. Like, he got that line going. And we'll get to Greg in Lockport next. Greg, good morning.
Good morning. I've been following the coverage on some online platforms, Athletic, ESPN, other social medias.
All right.
And I feel that Q has been dropping quite a few hints as to the reason behind this disparity in the refereeing. And it's certainly plausible that the NHL would love to see the Canadian team win, just to get back at our president and his disdain.
Why does the NHL want to get back at the United States?
They want to get back at Donald Trump.
Why?
Crashing Canada.
Yeah, I don't think that the NHL officials want to do that. Greg, Eric in Buffalo. Hey, Eric.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
First of all, I got a couple comments. First of all, I'm so excited about what's going on. I haven't felt like this in years. It's so tremendous. I remember when the Bills and the Sabres was doing good. 99, nobody wanted to talk about a Buffalo sports, And second of all, I wanted to say, let's get more of us fans that's been here since day one to call in. I'm so tired of these negative Nancy's. I only want to call whenever we lose, whenever something bad happens. But when we win and when we do, those same calls are not at the level of the negativity. So, again, go Sabres. I'm loving how it's going. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. I heard somebody call yesterday and say, like, kind of like a little bit of your mindset here. Someone say, like, why is anybody nervous or scared? Like, we would have taken this a million times out of a million. And I thought, well, I used to always say this to Howard. Stress in your sporting life is good. You want it. It's the whole point to watch is to feel things, is to feel dramas, to go on the roller coaster, And after game 2, Eric is sorry, but I was as down as anybody. I feel like, oh, man, this is like I did not anticipate them looking like they were completely overmatched in a series. And then game 3, it was kind of worse, which is why, I'm riding the roller coaster like a lot of people. I'm right back on. Like, all right. They looked like they are up to the task. If they have to, put it this way, last night's game is a game where if they were to lose tomorrow and be down 3-2, can you picture them going into Montreal and winning? I can. Whereas if you flipped it the other way, let's say Montreal wins last night and the Sabres win game 5 to go still 3-2. That's the same score in the series. Can they go into game 6 situation and win? Like the answer in both scenarios is yes. But in terms of just like how you feel about it, I think they could win tomorrow. And could they win a game 6 there? Yeah. Could they lose tomorrow and win 6 and 7? Yeah. So it was a great response.
Yeah, it was It was huge. And Benson said last night they treated it almost like a Game 7. And I think that makes sense because the difference between how it feels today at 2-2 and like best of 3, 2 games at home, here we go, is, I mean, couldn't be further away from what 3-1 this morning would feel like. 3-1 this morning, we're like,
yeah. If they had lost and looked like Montreal ties it late, goes to overtime, I'm still getting to.
We're in trouble.
They looked better,
right?
Yeah, right.
But we're in trouble because they gotta. This is tough. They haven't won in Montreal. To your point, they look, like they can play with them now, but are they in too deep of a hole to climb themselves out of? All of it. It was as big a win as you could ever have outside of an elimination game. And so I think it is a new lease on life for them. And I think they should treat it as like, all right, we did the hard part. We did the hard part there. Now we got to like dig in and get ready for it to get even harder. Like you think that was tough? Like it's going to get crazy here, and it's time to lock it down because we still weren't our best. We took all those stupid penalties, and we know we can beat these guys better than that. And I think that's got to be the approach now is like, all right, that was our first step into the deep water here. We are now in it. It's time to tread water and go attack and find a way because that last night was huge.
Is it weird you say the deep water and I think about Kyle Williams of the Bills?
Yes.
Because of that deep water speech he gave to them once? We live in the deep water. It's a great speech. Could Kyle Williams bang the drum? Oh, that's not a bad idea.
That's a good name.
That'd be a big pop.
That would be a big pop.
He's definitely busy playing golf or fishing or something or
something.
coaching football.
Doing something awesome.
He's definitely busy. Whatever he's doing, he's doing it well.
Yes.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Next up, we'll go to Corey, who's on the road. Hey, Corey.
Hey, guys. You played it at the beginning there, the Darlene high stick. I had a bit of a chuckle with the comment about opening up an old cut because I don't think he's so serious about that. But, whenever them guys get a stick to the face, they're always grabbing to see if there's blood. And if it's me, I'm reaching in there to find any bit I can to show a ref. Not saying I'm going to open up an old one, but to pick on our captain a little bit and where the line is drawn, if he took a high stick his rookie year, he might have popped his zit and had some blood running down his face. So.
Yeah. Well, the rules don't say the cut has to be new, right?
Right. I don't know where they draw the line on how big a cut. If it's, he could have a chapped lip or something and it's split. But I thought it was funny. And I would comment that Tage goal off the glass. I felt like that was a pretty big weight come off of the team finally getting a bounce to really go their way. So I think that took some weight off them. Keep the game in front of them. It can go your way. And remember when the regular season ended, they had a number 1 next to their name. It wasn't Carolina. It wasn't Montreal. The Sabres were the top of the East. So let's go one game at a time, one shift at a time, and go Sabres.
Thanks, Corey. I also wonder if possibly tomorrow night, KeyBank Center, we'll have the conversation again. How many Montreal fans will make the trip? It will be a Thursday. No, sorry. It'll be, what day is today? Owen, what day is today?
Today's Wednesday. Tomorrow will be Thursday.
My day of the week clock is off.
What's going on with
I
that?
literally had to ask what day of the week
we
it
got
was.
to fix that.
My
I
day of the
noticed
week.
that the other day. Is that out of commission?
I think it's unplugged.
Well, we can change
So
that.
today is Wednesday. Yes. Thursday. It's a Thursday. How many Montreal fans come in? I don't know. But if you're going to the game, if you're going to Game 5 tomorrow, do you not do the same thing that hockey players do in this moment, which is see the level that your opponent has gone to and try to raise your own?
Absolutely.
I don't know that we can ever really match that intensity, but if games 1 and 2 were in Montreal, would game 3 and 4 have been a little bit crazier here? Be like, all right, I get it. I'm gonna ratchet things up a bit. I'm gonna,
And I'll bet that Montreal did that seeing Buffalo. Like they knew they both fan bases know what this series is. and what it's billed as. It's the two best fan bases in the league. It is. And so, like, you've got Buffalo showed up for game 1 and 2, and Montreal had their counterpunch. Buffalo's turn now.
Yep.
Let's see out there. Let's see what we got. Let's see if we can't get there, because they were great. It was insane in there for games 3 and 4. And now, like, all right, KeyBank, let's ride. It's our time to respond.
Yeah.
I think it'll be fun.
Speaking of which, my buddy Chris, who was at the game, I said, call in and talk to us about what it was like. He's here. Chris, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
So one of the reasons maybe you don't see Sabres fans on the broadcast is because they're literally in the last row. Were you in the last row?
Second last row.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And how many fellow Sabres fans did you see?
We debated this. I think it was just around 50, maybe a little bit less.
Okay.
There's like sprinklings of 2, mostly in the 300s.
Gotcha. So 50, a small infiltrating army that was up against a pretty sizable force.
Yeah, it was a very French force, yes, but it was awesome.
In terms of how intense it is, like Paul Hamilton, he's covered a lot of hockey games. In Game 3, said he'd never seen an atmosphere like that. So, you know, for people that have been around the world and been to sporting events, where would you place the atmosphere?
Oh, it was probably the top arena experience. I've been to some stuff in Europe and, you know, Bills games and everything that were insane. But as far as just like the echo and like just the overwhelming noise, it's wild. And the fact that half the people that are yelling around you, you're like, I don't know what this person is saying,
right.
but they're crazy, right? So it was unlike anything else.
And you walk out with the win too. Like with the Sabres walk out with the win, but you are a Sabres fan walking out of a dejected Montreal arena.
Yeah, it was definitely that, but people largely were friendly, I would say. Like it was a nice time. Walking in, we were in old Montreal for all of 30 minutes, and someone like stopped my wife and was like, "You maybe don't want to wear that hat around here."
Yeah.
But then 3 seconds later, it's like, "Oh, but also thank you for singing our anthem."
Right.
So
right.
Yeah, it was cool.
All right. Well, are you going to go to Game 6? I mean, you might be the good luck charm. Owen can't go to game. He says he can't go to Game 6. Are you prepared to go to Game 6?
Am I ready to drive back to Le Centre Bell? Yeah, I think. Sure. I don't have much going on, right? So it's fine.
All right. Good. Well, thanks, Chris, and congratulations on being part of the Buffalo 50 that made it in.
Thanks. Yeah, go Sabres.
Go Sabres. All right. I was telling other friends, I'm like, I know someone that's at this game. And then he was posted pictures in social media where he was sitting, and it looked like he was behind structure. You know what I mean? Like
obstructed view.
You're
maybe?
So high up, and our arena's not like that.
No.
Some other arenas have it where, like Toronto's like this too, where all the rafters you can't see across to the other side because the stuff is in the way.
Right.
I'd imagine like a Saddle Dome is like this. I've never been there, but
yes,
a lot of NHL arenas kind of have that where you're not such an open bowl. And KeyBank Center, it's very much like open, and the roof is a lot higher.
Yeah, the roof is higher in KeyBank, which is I appreciate it. It adds to the sort of, it makes it feel a little bigger. Although having it be a little tighter might be cool too, depending on the scenario. But man, that had to be insane being in there last night. I am
jealous,
very very upset that I can't go on Saturday. It's been really a dream of mine to get to the Bell Center for a hockey game, because I think it's incredible, and like I would go see Montreal play Seattle in that building just to go, and it would have been amazing to see a Sabres game there.
Yeah,
but doesn't seem like it's in the cards.
Jeff in Tampa. Jeff, good morning.
Hey, guys, I love the stat that you mentioned about the 2 days rest in the goaltending, and I think everyone agrees, or we're pretty much consensus that our goaltending has been overall good, and we're really happy with it. What we really complain about is our skaters. So maybe the 2 days rest is more indicative of how the skaters are skating. It's not so much the goaltending. What do you think?
Well, it's not 2 days between every game. The games have alternated 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. The stat on the goaltenders getting 2 days rest is because the goaltenders have switched twice. So it's not added rest for the skaters. It's only added rest for the starting goalie.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. For that stat, that Every single Sabres playoff win has included a starting goalie that had 2 days to prepare for the game. 2 days off, however you want to say it. Like, go back and like, wait, it can't be right. Game 1, yeah. Game 3, different goalie, yeah. 2 days off between 3 and 4, yeah. 2 days off between 5 and 6 in the Boston series, yeah, and that's 4. 2 days off before Game 1 against Montreal, yeah. Luukkonen, switch, yeah. You got 6 playoff wins. You got 6 times the goalie had more than just the regular 1 day. So, is it signal? Is it noise? You decide. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. It was Guy Carbonneau bringing the torch in.
Believe so.
I think that's right. I missed the very front end of that, so I might be wrong, but I think that's correct.
I will say that's really cool how on the ice it's the fire effect as well.
Yeah.
They do a good job with
The Sabres used to have a full on-ice projection system. They used to have it. They used to use it quite a bit.
I feel like I may even saw it this year at some point.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still in place, but it's definitely been a thing that they used for, all these different presentations, and feels like, I don't know, they still might. Maybe I just kind of forgot, but they don't set the ice on fire.
Were you here for I don't think you were. I think this was a conversation with Sneaky Joe. We should put a layer of LEDs under the ice. Maybe you were here for that. I'm not sure.
I don't think I was here.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Should, some crazy blackout arena ideas, you should just light up the ice from underneath.
They tried that in the in basketball, an LED court, and the court was such poor quality they couldn't do it.
Right.
They had to get rid of it.
I would have some concern about LED lights down there melting ice.
LED lights
they stay cool.
They do stay cool. I would wonder about the clarity of said light coming through layers of ice.
Right.
I don't know.
There's no heat loss on LED lights?
I mean, you could touch an LED light incandescent, you're going to burn your finger,
Yeah, but even 15 degrees.
Yeah, right.
This is where Joe's going to tell you he knows. My friend, a light engineer.
Yes. I was actually friends with Thomas Edison.
I was going to say, I don't even know if a light engineer is a thing.
You connected to Elon and what am I going for? Edison.
Yes.
You're the connector through time.
803-0550 is our phone number. All right. So tonight, Colorado and Minnesota, Game 3. Yes. What a game. What a win. What a satisfying win. And any level of sport, by the way, the Sabres definitely earned a couple penalties. No doubt about it. That they were clean in the third was key. The whole game felt like this is all adding up. The disallowed goal on the challenge, the penalty after penalty after penalty. The whole thing felt like fate says it's not your night. And for Benson to score and for them to hold off, they won it. It was great. Sometimes any level of sport, you could be playing flag football at your local bar or playing in the NHL or playing rec league basketball. In a game where you feel like you've got a couple of bad calls and it's you against your opponent and against the refs, that win, where you win anyway, is among the most satisfying. I'm not saying the Sabres didn't deserve a lot of their penalties, but, man, that feels great when you do that. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's on leave. We're wide open. More phone calls. We'll get to the Game 5 preview. We're asking questions about whether or not – we're asking questions. We're asking the question about what they should do in goal, and eager to see what Lindy will do. And, of course, the drum banger draft. We're going to have to run waivers because I scored on Ryan Miller. I got to make a pickup. Got to make – and I had a name. Oh, who was it? I got to think hard. I had a good pickup. All right, I'll continue to work on it. Jeremy and Joe, more of your calls here on WGR.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garflow, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
Brand new series. They won a game. What's the most impressive part of it? Let's start there. All right, here's your structure. What's the most impressive thing about last night's game? I'll start. That they won a game in which they were shorthanded for basically a period.
Yeah.
That's it.
Against that team.
Against that team.
Jeremy White here
you
for
took
Whalen
bad
Brewing.
penalties. You also had bad calls. You were shorthanded for basically a period, and you won. At 5-on-5, they were better most of the game. And then they score on the power play. They get 2 power play goals because the Tage one was one too. But they got out of there. They found a way. It's nuts. It's not nuts that they won it. I don't think they didn't really deserve it. I thought they should have been up 2-0, obviously, and that got taken away from them. So, man, 2-2 and a best of 3. We will have a game 5 and 6 and maybe come back here for game 7. So, we'll talk about it. What was the best part or most impressive part? What do you guys got? I just think it was that they played shorthanded for so long and still won.
That maybe just is sort of in that same vein. Just the fact that they were able to like kind of get themselves in check after the way that first period went and how clearly sort of emotional it all was and how that could very easily impact how you're playing. The fact that they were able to kind of stay through that and continue playing and not get steamrolled by a team that was, buzzing around and wanting to do that, I think was really impressive. I think it was a big time like moment where they realized that, or maybe not realized, but proved to themselves that they can, all right, we got to chill out here. This has been insane. It hasn't gone our way. We've got all these bad bounces, these penalties, this review, all this. Let's just like center ourselves here and play a third period, and that's what they did. And I was impressed by that. I think it would have been easy to let that whole thing get away from you. I think kind of how it did in Game 3, and they didn't do that. So I think that was a really impressive sort of segment of the game for me.
One man ahead of him, Trailer Veleno plays it to the far circle, back across, scores! What a feed across! And it's Matthias Samuelsson that gets Buffalo on the board first, and a 1-0 lead again at the Bell Center in Montreal with 13:28 to go in the opening period.
Finally, a close game in the series. The Sabres bounced back with a major 3-2 road victory over the Canadiens in Game 4. The series is now tied up at 2-2. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen did make his way into the net last night and made 28 saves on 30 shots. Zach Benson scored the game winner on the power play on his birthday as well. Josh Doan tallied a pair of assists. Back to Buffalo for Game 5 tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR around the NHL playoffs. The Golden Knights bested the Ducks 3-2 in overtime. They gained a 3-2 series lead. The Bills, they signed tight end Shane Zielstra to a 1-year contract and released kicker Maddox Trujillo. And around the NFL, schedule releases this Thursday. We got some nuggets out there now. The Steelers and Saints will play in Paris for Week 7. The Bengals and Falcons play in Madrid in Week 9. In other news, Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. participating in the team's offseason program. And the Panthers general manager Dan Morgan said the team will keep talking through a potential extension for quarterback Bryce Young. Catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
This one comes courtesy of Sam Block at ESPN. He just pointed this out last night about the Montreal Canadiens. And, you could decide what to do with it. But it might be sound evidence or a case that this series is going to go 7 games. Here it is. The Montreal Canadiens in their last 2 games are, gentlemen, 1-1. In their last 4 games, they are
2-2.
Yeah.
In their last 6 games, they are
3-3.
3-3.
8.
4-4.
10.
5-5.
12.
6-6.
14.
7-7.
7-7. 6-6. 5-5. 4-4. Yeah.
Holy cow.
They went 7 games with Tampa and alternated wins. This goes back even before the playoffs. Win-loss, 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 win-loss. They had 2 straight wins against the Sabres and then lost. So they are 7-7 their last 14 games. If that trend goes to 8-8 in 16, then we're going to Game 7. So, interesting stats. We got some good numbers out there today. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I like this from Daryl. The best zone entry in the playoffs, the best zone entry for the power play is rip it off the glass into the net. That was a good one.
I was almost cheering before the puck went in because they just dumped it in. I had grown frustrated once again, by the drop pass, which was, again, not that effective last night. And Tage went to rip that. I was like, yes, thank you. And then it was like this weird, I thought the puck rattled off and landed on the outside of the net because I saw it in there. I saw the black. And I went, oh, this took a weird bounce. They're going to blow. And then they blew the whistle. It's a goal. Whoa. All right.
Yep.
That's what you get. Just keep doing that, guys, please. I would like that.
Get some more calls in here. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Luke in Silver Creek. Hey, Luke. Good morning.
Hey, great morning, guys. So, Jeremy, I'm watching that review situation, and about 5 minutes in, I start feeling sympathy for your scalp because I just know you're ripping your hair out of your head.
Yeah.
And I've got 3 main grievances here with the whole thing, which are going to increase in degrees of criminality. So just stick with me for a second. So, number one, just for a pure viewership standpoint, it's horrible to watch. The whole thing feels like it takes 15 minutes. I know it takes maybe 10, I think.
That was a long one, like 9-10 minutes.
So that's my first point. The viewership is awful. Secondly, once you get to the review itself and the decision-making process, it feels like it should have taken maybe 2 minutes. Once you see that the puck is in the back of the glove, and then from the top angle, you see that the glove is beyond the line, I feel like any logical person can deduct or deduce that it is a goal, so that took way too long. And then the third point, which is the most important to me, is that because it took so long and it built all this tension around it, it completely sucked all of the momentum from the Sabres and gave it right back to the Canadians. And, you could make the argument that they scored the goal after that because the rink became alive again after that call was overturned. And I just think that it's just unacceptable that a review is there's so much weight in that review that's giving all the momentum back to the Canadians fans. So
thanks, Luke. The other thing about, if you listen to me, you know that I despise review culture. It's nonstop. Every broadcast, every league, every rules analyst that should not be on the broadcast, that does not need to be there. There's so much wasted time. It actually makes things worse. Maybe you didn't see this. There was a clip yesterday going around of an NFL official, vice president of something, maybe on Pat McAfee. He was asked, who was that, Owen? I got sent this clip.
I will look and see if I can find it. I remember what you're talking about.
Here's a review conversation. It was what are the calls last year that haunt you? And the official said, the second one was the Brandon Cooks non-catch in the playoff game. And he said, we knew that was an interception. We know that's an interception. But I wish we had stopped the game to talk about it, to show everybody that we knew it was an interception. One of the things about that play is that they just kind of like, yep, good, we're good to go. That's a turnover. And this official was haunted by the idea that the game didn't stop to properly explain that it was one. Who was this?
Mark Butterworth.
Okay.
Vice President of Replay Training and Development.
Vice President of Replay Training and Development. You're fired.
Please.
Can I get a job where I eliminate positions? I'll give him a different job. I'll give him any other job. My point on that is, you might think, well, of course you would want that. You want that transparency. And my replay-pilled take on all of this is, it doesn't change anything.
No.
He's not upset about the call. He's upset we didn't take 6 minutes to tell you the call.
Right.
And folks, how often do you need to see it? If it's a super, super close call and they take 6 minutes, you're not going to be convinced one way or the other, and you're going to be mad anyway. Yeah. The Premier League just had an incredible, huge, high-stakes review in the Arsenal-West Ham game. They have VAR. They spent 9 minutes reviewing a goal and ultimately taking it off the board that impact both the title race and the relegation race. And what is the next 3 days? Arguing about whether or not the call was right.
Right.
So if you have replay to stop your games, grind things to a halt, and you're still going to argue about whether or not the right call was made, there's this illusion that replay will fix all of the calls. If you can't fix it in 12 seconds, get out. That should be a universal, that should be a law. Watch it once. What do you think? Goal.
Right.
We'll give you the benefit of replaying it. We will not give you the benefit of 7 minutes and talking to somebody else about it on the phone. So I was not ripping my hair out, though. I had a very special circumstance. My son had a soccer game, and I was missing the first 10, or soccer practice. I was missing the first 10, 15 minutes of that game and kind of listening to it. And when they went to a lengthy review, my thought was I'm going to miss way less of this game.
Right. And you sure did.
I'm going to go back and catch up on the first period during the intermission. I'm like, oh, man, I'm not missing much because this review is helping.
Yeah.
It's like a piece of glass broke, and they had hold on, everybody.
That might have legitimately been faster if they had to fix glass.
Yeah, replace a broken panel of glass would have been speedier than I'm really going now. How about when they're reviewing it? Oh, it's a goal. Now we're challenging. Not a serious system. Right. Not should not be happening.
Well, yeah, why is that not one process?
Right. If we're gonna review every goal, then go ahead and review it for interference to begin with.
Right.
And don't even have a challenge system.
I know.
But you don't even know what interference is. I'm realizing right now, that's a sign that the NHL does not know what interference really is.
No, they have no idea.
Because they will not implement a system where every goal gets reviewed for interference. What it really means is we're going to put it on these coaches to ask us if it is.
Right.
And if they ask about it, we'll check. Otherwise, we don't want to touch that topic.
No, they don't want to touch it even when they ask. Because half the time it's, all right, what was the call on the ice? All right, yeah, we'll roll with that. Because they have no earthly idea what their standard is. And everybody in the league knows it. Everybody in the league talks about, well, I mean, it's goaltender interference, so what do you... It's a coin toss. Who knows? Does that sound like a professional sports league where there's billions and billions of dollars on the line? Where everybody goes like, well, there's this one thing that if this happens, then we're like, nobody has any clue what's about to occur. That is insane. That is insane for this league to have a standard in a situation that is that meaningful and that impactful. Like even the NFL, pass interference. A pass interference call can be on on your own 15-yard line and barely matter. If we're talking about a goalie interference call, it is either a point or it's not. And it doesn't get any bigger than that.
It's huge, right?
That's all there is in the game. And these guys can't tell anybody what they want.
Right, never mind that like you have a hard, literally, line on the offside challenge, and that's stupid.
Yes.
And on goalie interference, it's complete interpretation. They're 100%. Willing to take goals off the board for interpretation, spirit of the game. Yep. Well, could he get back? Could he not? But yet with offside challenge, which is actually less relevant in how a goal is scored, that is a hard, the skate blade was 2 millimeters, 2 microns over the line. You're offside. Sullivan in Olean. Hey, is it Sully? Go ahead.
So I had I said before the series started that they had to make the shift from Stanley. He did not fit this matchup, and it took him 3 games to make that change. And I think that was a big blunder by Ruff. And they go with Schenn, and I hated the Schenn decision, but they really end up effectively rolling with 5 defensemen. And I just wonder if you think that'll carry in. It worked once. Let's carry it into Game 5. I still think that they should move in the direction of Metzer or Kesselring. I think it fits the matchup much better. I didn't like Schenn. I think it's more of a Stanley-type play. But, maybe they just keep rolling with those five and have him fill those gaps.
Thanks, Sully. All right, here's my I don't know all their assignments. I don't know hockey film the way a lot of you out there do. My beef with Stanley, more than anything, is when he thinks he's more offensively gifted than he is. And Schenn will never do that.
Yeah.
Like, if nothing else, I got a guy that is like, he knows what he can't do.
Yes.
And Stanley, I think every once in a while there's a nice play in there, and then all of a sudden he's crashing the net with I go, where are you going? I don't want you doing that. That's you are a third pair guy. So that's just me. Could Metza get in? Maybe. Is Hellenis not a point about Metza to some degree? Like, he had a couple of bad games before he got sent down. Like, okay, well, you just go back to a player.
Yeah.
Luukkonen had a couple bad games. They put him back in. He was great.
Right.
Players have bad games. It doesn't mean that they're never going to have good games again.
That's true.
So
that's a good point, because that really, like, why is Metza not playing right now? Because he's small?
Maybe.
And because he got scored on a few times at the end of the year?
If they want to keep Schenn in, that's fine. They can protect him at home.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
I hate it. I'll be honest with you. I think it's asking for trouble. There were a few times yesterday where it was like, oh, no. Oh, God, no. Here we go. Yeah. And it didn't bite him, but that still happened. There was a shift where it was like 3 times in a row. It was like, up the wall and like nothing. There was another one where like a puck hopped over his stick and he looked like he was stuck in mud and got blown by. And then, I think it was Byram he was with or something that just like flew back and killed the playoff. But like, I think you're playing with fire, but you want to do it because you like him on the kill. Okay.
He killed a lot.
Hope and pray that he doesn't get hurt 5-on-5, because if he's out there 5-on-5 against Nick Suzuki, you're in trouble. It's just, I'm sorry. I can't see anything else happening other than bad stuff if he is out there 5-on-5 with any kind of space with any of the Montreal Canadiens' talented players. But he's valuable for other reasons. He brings experience and steadiness and a voice back there that's got 2 cups on his hand.
And maybe you did see this. This is not our stat of the day. He's a former Arizona Coyote.
Yes.
And there's a Twitter account that I did not know about called Who Remembers the Coyotes? And this account has pointed out that the Sabres are 2-0 in the playoffs when they start 4 former Coyotes.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and they are 4-4 when they only start 3 former Coyotes. It's a funny account. More Yotes equals more wins.
There we go. All right.
Get the Coyote in.
Fine.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. When we get back, while we're, airing grievances, I got another one. This one's about the Bills opener. And I don't understand. I think reporting on tickets is one of the most broken things on earth. I do not understand. Someone out there help make it make sense to me. That's next. Jeremy White here for the stat I mentioned from Brian Mazurowski. This is going to get to Luukkonen, and I'm trying to figure out if this, in fact, is correct. That every Sabres playoff win has come from a goalie that had 2 days off. Let's do it. Game 1,
right.
Boston.
2 days.
Game 3, Boston.
Yep.
Game 4, there were 2 days.
Yes.
Game 6, there were 2 days.
Yeah.
Lion got 2 days rest twice on wins. Then it's this series.
Lion goes in.
Game
Game 1
2
wins.
days rest.
Yep.
Game 4, 2 days rest. The thing that you did build the whole goaltender plane out of has materialized
coming true
in
here.
these playoffs. It is kind of wild because you wouldn't just say that Lion was bad in these games that he lost.
No.
But every single win, they've done it with a goalie getting an extra day of rest. The other way to say that is when a goalie has had to go every other night like a regular schedule, the goalie has lost the second game. And that is crazy.
That's
it's
wild.
Worked out like that.
That is wild.
Brand new series. They won a game. What's the most impressive part of it? Let's start there. All right, here's your structure. What's the most impressive thing about last night's game? I'll start. That they won a game in which they were shorthanded for basically a period.
Yeah.
That's it.
Against that team.
Against that team, you took bad penalties. You also had bad calls. You were shorthanded for basically a period, and you won. At 5-on-5, they were better most of the game. And then they score on the power play. They get 2 power play goals because the Tage one was one too. But they got out of there. They found a way. It's nuts. It's not nuts that they won it. I don't think they didn't really deserve it. I thought they should have been up 2-0, obviously, and that got taken away from them. So, man, 2-2 and a best of 3. We will have a game 5 and 6 and maybe come back here for game 7. So, we'll talk about it. What was the best part or most impressive part? What do you guys got? I just think it was that they played shorthanded for so long and still won.
That maybe just is sort of in that same vein. Just the fact that they were able to like kind of get themselves in check after the way that first period went and how clearly sort of emotional it all was and how that could very easily impact how you're playing. The fact that they were able to kind of stay through that and continue playing and not get steamrolled by a team that was, buzzing around and wanting to do that, I think was really impressive. I think it was a big time like moment where they realized that, or maybe not realized, but proved to themselves that they can, all right, we got to chill out here. This has been insane. It hasn't gone our way. We've got all these bad bounces, these penalties, this review all this. Let's just like center ourselves here and play a third period, and that's what they did. And I was impressed by that. I think it would have been easy to let that whole thing get away from you. I think kind of how it did in Game 3, and they didn't do that. So I think that was a really impressive sort of segment of the game for me.
All right, Tease, I was going to air one more quick grievance. Whatever. Sometimes we complain. Sometimes we celebrate. But yesterday, Adam Schefter tweeted out that the get-in price for the Bills home opener is $636. And how is it in the year 2026 people are taking prices listed on the secondary market as like the get-in price? The get-in price for that game is not $636. I know because I have tickets to it, and I didn't pay that. Why do we treat a ticket listed on the secondary market as the price? I'm going to list a ticket to Game 5 for $1 million. Oh, look at that. Wow, some tickets are going for $1 million. How? How's it happen? Every response to Schefter's tweet was, these poor Buffalo fans can't get into that building for less than $600. What are we doing out here? All right, sorry. My little airing of grievances. Been too good a mood after the Sabres win. Sabres win. We'll talk about it with you. We've got Hot and Cold brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling as well. Joe Kelly runs the show for that. And we're back in a moment here on WGR. The stat I mentioned from Brian Mazurowski, this is going to get to Luukkonen, and I'm trying to figure out if this, in fact, is correct. That every Sabres playoff win has come from a goalie that had 2 days off. Let's do it. Game 1, right. Boston.
2 days.
Game 3, Boston.
Yep.
Game 4, there were 2 days.
Yes.
Game 6, there were 2 days.
Yeah.
Lion got 2 days rest twice on wins. Then it's this series.
Lion goes in.
Game 1, 2
wins.
days rest.
Yep.
Game 4, 2 days rest. The thing that you did build the whole goaltender plane out of has materialized
coming true
in
here.
These playoffs. It is kind of wild because you wouldn't just say that Lion was bad in these games that he lost.
No.
But every single win, they've done it with a goalie getting an extra day of rest. The other way to say that is when a goalie has had to go every other night like a regular schedule, the goalie has lost the second game. And that is crazy.
That's
it's
wild.
Worked out like that.
That is wild.
Here's Doan on the right side. One man ahead of him. Trailer Veleno plays it to the far circle. Back across, scores! What a feed across! And it's Matthias Samuelsson that gets Buffalo on the board first. And a 1-0 lead again at the Bell Center in Montreal with 13:28 to go in the opening period.
Finally, a close game in the series. The Sabres bounced back with a major 3-2 road victory over the Canadiens in Game 4. The series is now tied up at 2-2. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen did make his way into the net last night and made 28 saves on 30 shots. Zach Benson scored the game winner on the power play on his birthday as well. Josh Doan tallied a pair of assists. Back to Buffalo for Game 5 tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR. Around the NHL playoffs, the Golden Knights bested the Ducks 3-2 in overtime. They gained a 3-2 series lead. The Bills, they signed tight end Shane Zielstra to a 1-year contract and released kicker Maddox Trujillo. And around the NFL, schedule releases this Thursday. We got some nuggets out there now. The Steelers and Saints will play in Paris for Week 7. The Bengals and Falcons play in Madrid in Week 9. In other news, Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. participating in the team's offseason program. And the Panthers general manager Dan Morgan said the team will keep talking through a potential extension for quarterback Bryce Young. Catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White.
Here's Doan on the right side.
Playoff hockey. It was just, thought about it a couple times. By the way, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's on leave. He'll be back Monday. He did tweet yesterday that he was very happy his wife held their newborn baby during the third period, so he didn't have to. Like, it was intense. I like also seeing, I like seeing your heartbeat monitors and the steps you've taken. Like, oh, look, I walked 4 miles during the third period because I was pacing back and forth. I've had the thought, I was honored to be asked to be in that Sabres retrospective, the Better Days video, the one that opened, of course, with Owen and Julius, the picture, and Bulldogs talking. The piece of what I said that made it in there was about playoff hockey, like, it'll take over your life. And I regret not saying it more demonstratively because now that we are, 3 weeks into it, if this is your first run as a Sabres fan, like a lot of you guys don't, you younger guys don't remember 05, 06, 06, 07.
Right.
And even, if you had seen the Boston series or the Philly series where they go one and done, you saw playoff hockey. Now you're into Game 5, second round, and if they win 2 more games, it's 2 more weeks against Carolina, and this is what it means to take over your life. I had to honestly ask you what day of the week it was earlier today.
Yeah.
I did not know. I was in my calendar on my phone, and I was not on the right. I'm like, wait a minute. Is it the next? What is it? What day is it? And it's Wednesday. We're firmly on. It's Wednesday, but it takes over your life.
Totally. I am. It's been the craziest 3 weeks of my life, probably, just because
You went to Boston.
I went to Boston. I've been working. Like, I work here in the mornings, so we're breaking down the game, talking about the game, previewing the game. And then I go to the games if they're home, and I do, all that, and then I'm on the air after the games, on post game, and then it has been nonstop for 3 weeks, and I could not love it more. It's
Yeah.
awesome.
The first-time experience of it all is pretty remarkable. Because even on the non-game nights, we're doing extended nightcaps coming back and all that. And it's so cool. I never could have imagined it really taking over the way it did. I knew it was going to be exciting and exhilarating, but there's not a thought that goes through my brain other than when's the next game, where are we going for the next game, or what are we doing for the next game.
Yeah.
And it's been a month of that now.
Yeah.
Joe Kelly, he's going to do the Belknap heating and cooling hot and cold in a minute. We'll catch up on some phone calls first, though, and get into that as well. Cameron in Hamburg. Cameron, good morning.
Hi, gentlemen. How are you?
We're good.
First of all, I want to say I kind of disagree about the get-in price thing because it is $700 in secondary markets, and it's kind of a privilege to be able to get it for a PSL. It's a lot of money.
Well, but not all of them were huge PSL numbers. And the get-in price, like a ticket to the game, the minimum ticket is not $600 or $700, and it's also May. Like the game is not next week. And it's also not like it's the first one ever. I mean, it's not like every game is going to be that expensive.
No, I agree. It was cheaper out here a couple of years ago. It'll probably be a little bit worse than that, but it won't be as bad as people are trying to make it sound.
Right.
But hockey-wise, I want to talk about the discipline from the Sabres. I feel like they keep playing with fire on themselves. They can see how dangerous the Montreal power play is compared to the Boston series. It feels like their hair is on fire for 2 minutes whenever Montreal is in their zone. They can kill it. They've shown that they're proficient at it. But besides a couple of dives from Montreal players on cross-checks behind them, the Sabres took mostly penalties all against themselves. They've set in places they shouldn't have been, hitting people over the head, cross-checking them. And then they got away with a couple, too, cross-checking Caulfield in the neck and not being punished for it. But it did feel like they had some divine intervention on their side with the stanchion and a few saves from UPL that they wanted the series to go to 7 games. And also, I think the broadcast announcers weren't as bad as people were talking about. They said Dahlin tried to open an old cut, which he probably did. A lot of hockey people say they try to make themselves believe when they get the high stick. It's kind of an archaic rule that blood equals an extra 2 minutes.
Sure. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. I thought it was ridiculous. It suggests he's going to open up an old cut as if he couldn't just be cut. I've never, sure. Do we joke about that a little bit? I don't know. Most viewed NHL games, like the Four Nations Face-Off Final drew 9 million viewers. I'm starting to bring this up because I got some other stuff to get to. Stanley Cup Final Game 7, 16 million. ESPN put out numbers for Sabres Canadiens Game 3, and that was 2.1. And Saturday is going to put up a number. Saturday's Game 6, somebody can move on. We don't know who's going to have an elimination opportunity, but that's going to be 8 p.m., and that's going to be on Channel 7. In addition to the family of ESPN networks and throughout Canada, Hockey Night in Canada. That's on ABC. So that game's going to do some numbers. I don't know. I think a lot of people thought the broadcast was tilted towards Montreal, and the context of that is what made that. I think Dahlin's trying to open up an old cut thing, maybe cut a little deeper.
Right.
I never really dabble in the broadcast is slanted, but I absolutely thought last night they were caught up in the atmosphere and calling a game like I think that they've called those games like Montreal home games.
Yeah, they're
caught up in it.
And that's not. I don't think it's a conscious decision or like McDonough and Ferraro are both like, oh well, we want Montreal to win this, so let's be a little more excited for that. Like, I think it's a lot of. You're in that building, and it's so insane that you feel like you get swept up in, like, okay, we're going for the team in red. Everybody in here is in red. We like the red guys, and that can be hard to fight against. I think that's the job when you work for a network like that, and you should be better at it than they are. I generally think highly of Ferraro. I don't love McDonough, but whatever. I thought last night was as bad as either of them have ever sounded. To me, I really did not enjoy listening to last night's broadcast, and I am the king of complaining about that stuff on my own. I typically don't bring it here because I know what we do is difficult at times and whatever. I don't want to disparage other fellow broadcasters, but I think last night was a really bad night.
Maybe got away from them.
Yeah.
I won't say anything bad about McDonough because he went to Syracuse, so
there you go.
That'll settle that. And Ray Ferraro is Don Granato's brother-in-law, so.
Right.
They escape my ire on relationships alone. Now, but last night I thought was not exactly great.
Yeah, same.
You mentioned the red. So my buddy Chris, who called in, who went to the game, he pointed out something I found to be super interesting.
Is it that everybody wears red?
Yeah, do you know why?
No, but I love it.
That's all they sell.
Oh.
He said in the team store, you buy red.
Really?
That's it. That's what they sell.
Oh, they don't even give the option for the
You have to
away?
special order. Like they have a light blue one. You have to special
Yeah.
order that. He said both walls, everything's red.
Wow.
That's what it. And meanwhile, in Buffalo, right, like why does it look so intimidating? Calgary does this too, right? The Red Sea in Calgary. If you go to a Buffalo game, how many colors are you going to see? Black, red, white, blue, gold, 5. At least 5 colors, reasonably. It's not even a criticism.
No.
But if the Sabres really wanted to, the best they could do is let's try a whiteout. We'll throw you a T-shirt. In Montreal, they don't do that stuff because oh no, everybody is just going to wear red.
We just all
Everybody wears red. That's all that's for sale is red.
That's cool. I said that and pointed that out last night to my dad. I was like, it is so cool that everybody is in red in there.
Did you see what the Spurs did in their building a couple weeks ago, maybe last week?
No, I did not.
They did like all the colors of their uniforms. Each section was it, so it was like this mosaic of colors.
That's cool.
It was cool. I thought it was
very
cool.
Sometimes
you'll do like checkerboard patterns. But yeah, Montreal, they all wear red because that's what they sell. They sell red, and it's hard to find something else.
I think that kind of makes me feel a little less like I think it's cool that everybody wears red because they're forced to all wear red. I think if everybody just wore red because they all were like, well, the red jersey's cool and we all want to wear the same thing, it would be cooler to me. But because it's sort of an enforced thing, I don't know that I like it as much as I did last night. But I definitely think it's cool still.
803-0550. I want to get the numbers on shot attempts here because Montreal, they had 75 shot attempts in this game, which is a big number. Yeah. But, there are shot attempts, there are shots, then there's, of course, expected goals, there's high danger chances. What were their even strength shot attempts versus power play shot attempts? Okay. They had 20 shot attempts on the power play and 49 at even strength. So,
yeah.
You give them 7 power plays. That's in Montreal, they're talking about that 1-7 on the power play and not scoring on a double minor. Also, can I raise my hand? I don't speak French. If you all out there speak French, then this doesn't apply to you. And of course, if I could speak French, that would be cool.
It is, yeah.
But this series also means on Twitter, half the stories about Montreal, I just can't read.
I know. I keep going to read stuff, and I'm like, oh.
Here's a picture, and they don't all offer translation.
No.
Here's a picture of Caulfield and a quote, and I'm like, Caulfield, I'm like, okay, click. Yeah, you know what? I don't know what he's saying.
I can't do it.
He could. The quote could be, "Those scum losers are gonna catch our ire. It's a loser town." And I'd be like, I only said it was in French.
Oh, sorry.
The bulletin board does not translate.
No.
Unfortunately,
Unfortunately,
I don't know. I don't know who he's got. Billy in Toronto. Hey, Billy.
Hey guys. Yeah, listen. Very simply put, last night, those two replays should have taken about 6 seconds. Yeah, the puck is in the net. I would have loved for the referee to say, okay, Buffalo is challenging it, and before he even finished his words, he should have been saying, oh, forget that. No, it's a goal. How did it take 7 minutes to figure that out? And the second part is very simple. If that game's in Buffalo, that is not interference. That's a hometown call. That's all that was. Not a chance in the world should that goal not have counted. And the Sabres were all over them up to that point. I thought for sure they were going to get up 3-4-0, and then that just took the wind out of their sails. And when they scored the 1-1 game, guys, I normally don't do it. I shut it off. I said, that's it. This is Montreal's game. And thank God when I woke up later on, I seen the Sabres win. But just terrible. That should never have been a goaltender interference as far as I see it. That's it, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. It felt like it. I mean, obviously, you could talk about momentum. You could talk about a lot of things. It was flat out took a goal off the board. And that's tough. I had something I was going to mention that you mentioned at the beginning as well, and I forget what it was. So we'll get to another call here if you want. On that interference, a lot of the league thinks that. I guess the call goes on Hellenis because he catches Dobesh's stick as it's coming across, but the stick goes to the right and the shot's to the left with the glove, which Dobesh did make the save with the glove.
Correct.
Is the suggestion that if he had his stick here, he would not have been pulled back like this? Who knows?
I don't know.
Dobesh, I forget who it was I saw breaking it down. that Dobesh actually stick checks.
Lindy said that.
Which is why, like, if the stick gets caught up, he poked.
He did it.
Right.
And Helenius is only going through that ice because he's bringing the puck there.
Yeah.
I'll say this one more time. As a former goaltender and a guy that used to really complain about goaltender interference a lot when I was playing.
You all do, right?
Kind of. I maybe was a bad offender. I think everything's goaltender interference. That last night was not to me. I would never in a million years, if I am defending a guy that's coming in and cutting across my crease, think that if I poke check him and that drags my blocker a foot away from my body, that's going to get me luck for a goal that goes in on a rebound. Not even the original shot. It was like it blows my mind that got called off. I would never in a million years think myself, if that was me, I'm going to get this back.
So, again, I was not watching the broadcast at this time. I was listening to Dan and Rob.
Right.
Dave Jackson, the rules official, came on and explained that the Situation Room has a large television.
Yeah.
That was
Dave Jackson.
That was his contribution. Was like, well, guys, they got a big TV.
Well, listen, guys, they might have a better look at this. They can pixelate it a little more. They got a wall as big as a TV there. Oh, they can pixelate it more?
Sweet.
Pixelate it?
All right.
What are you even saying, dude?
I just got to know what his paycheck is per game. Because Dave Jackson is that rules official. Every time they go to him, his answer is some version of like, yeah, you know what? Honestly, I see either way.
Right, and then
every time that's what he says.
And then when they call it, they bring him back on, and he goes, that's the right call to make, guys. I really see that.
Right.
Shut up!
Every time.
Dude, you agree with everything everybody has ever said.
Who could say?
Oh,
all right,
God.
Thanks, Dave. That's our rules analyst, Dave Jackson. Huh? Does he even have to watch the games?
No. Why would he?
He wakes up out of his sleep like, what? Yeah,
they got it right.
It's a close one, guys. Could go either way. Yeah, okay, Cardi, that was the right call. Maybe it's recorded.
Right. He's got at the beginning of every year, he spends 2 weeks. Here's every player name and every situation. You just read through all these and go, yeah, that could go either way, guys. Goalie interference.
It really
offside. We'll do a penalty 1-2 just to do it.
It's too bad it's not like an old video game where it's just you get Dave Jackson saying like, yeah, guys, I really think Helenius was offsides on that play.
Right.
You know?
Right.
It's quite clear to me that Helenius was over.
And it's only the AHL guys that get that because he's pre-recorded all the guys that are full-time. Oh, my gosh.
803-0550. Andrew in Boston. Andrew, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
So, I'm in the minority here, but I think obviously Luke Shen, his veteran presence, brings a lot, I think, for environments like the Bell Center. But I also think he's great because he's a very good deterrent. And I don't know if you've ever seen his fight card through his career, but he's fought, heavyweight top dogs like Jeannot, Delorier, Matthew Olivier, and then also Arbor Jackeye. Back in, I think it was 2022, he laid a nasty hit on Slavkovsky. Absolutely smoked him behind the net, and Jackeye kind of, came to the bell, and he got dropped by Shen. And so, in my mind, I'm like, well, Arbor Jackeye in Game 3 was kind of, all over the camera, talking, across the bench, and obviously that hit on Carrick, and just kind of just being like the scary, presence. And then you bring Luke Shen in, and, I didn't really see anything from Jackeye yesterday.
He did cross-check Helenius in the back of the head on that goal. So,
right.
But Andrew, thank you. I heard the afternoon guys bring up this point. It might have been Mike who said, you don't know how this game's going to go, but you want somebody out there that's going to maybe make it so there's no nonsense, and Shen could do that because I think that they thought Stanley would give that, and he doesn't really, right? Does he just not deliver in that department the way we thought he would? So you might be right that he's there in case of something like that, but I don't think it did too well of a job actually deterring because, there's stick fouls all over the place. And maybe what Montreal needs is an enforcer because the Sabres kept making the stick fouls.
Yeah. I think that, Shen definitely has an element of that is useful. And maybe more than Stanley based on what we've seen so far from Stanley. He doesn't really do that often. But I do think the Sabres have guys that could handle Jack-Eye without Schenn. I think Greenway could do it. Malenstein could. That'd probably be a pretty nasty mismatch. But I think they've got a couple guys that could do that job if it's needed. So I don't know that you need it for that reason specifically. I think it's more about his prowess as a Stanley Cup champion is an asset that they clearly value.
803-0550. Thanks, Andrew, for the phone call. We'll get to Belknap Heating, hot and cool on the other side here. Tonight, Colorado and Minnesota, a handshake game. If the Avalanche win it, that series is over.
Yep. They are just a buzzsaw.
They certainly look like one.
But Minnesota's good. They could bounce back.
And I know Carolina has back-to-back sweeps, and I think Carolina is a good to great team and might take care of whoever wins this Buffalo-Montreal series. I just still do not think they've been tested. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I think Ottawa tested them, and they won 4 close games.
Yes.
I do not think they have been in a series against a team that, like, especially Philadelphia, that's a second-round bye to me.
Yeah.
For a team of their level. The Flyers are fine, but not a worthy second-round team. They'd get absolutely bodied by Buffalo or Montreal. Whichever one of these teams comes out is going to actually push Carolina, I would think.
Agreed. I still see Ottawa, the way that they got in, like, they were good, but they were not on the level of Montreal or Buffalo. And I think that Philly clearly is not there. And there's a recipe there for a possible, like, a bad showing for the Canes, because you go in, you're cold, you've been resting for 9 days, and you haven't played anybody good in a month, and now you've got to go against a team that is coming off of a long, hard-fought series where they have just beaten 2 much stronger teams than you play.
Yeah, and maybe you'll get what the Sabres got out of Montreal in Game 1, which was a tired team that didn't have it. Or maybe you'll get a team that's like just picking up right where they left off
they're just on a roll.
After the battle. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. It is May 13th. What else is going on? Aronimink. I've been practicing how to say it. The PGA Championship.
Oh, Aronimink.
Aronimink. Yes. PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Hey, golf major weekend. Let's go.
Yeah.
Golf major, playoff hockey. Pretty good stuff. Aronimink. I played it on the sim. I don't really remember much about it. I'll have to play it a couple more times.
Mm-hmm.
Aronimink.
All right. Let's see it.
Rory basically said the course has no strategy, and all he's going to do is bomb driver and figure it out from there.
Great. Awesome. What does he do normally?
No. You don't have to work the ball. Bomb it and figure it out is what he said.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That sounds fun. I wish I could bomb it and figure it out.
I would like to figure out bombing it. That's what I would like to do. That's what I'd like to do. Had my first birdie yesterday. That's a win. That is a win. All right. What's next? Joe Cali is going to do Belknap Heating and Cooling, our hot and cold feature. He asks you to send in your suggestions. Is it hot? Is it cold? And you'll understand. You'll understand. So if you want to chime in with us next segment, we can do that with you here on WGR. Jeremy White here for River. The stat I mentioned from Brian Mazurowski, this is going to get to Luukkonen, and I'm trying to figure out if this, in fact, is correct. That every Sabres playoff win has come from a goalie that had 2 days off. Let's do it. Game 1, right. Boston.
2 days.
Game 3, Boston.
Yep.
Game 4, there were 2 days.
Yes.
Game 6, there were 2 days.
Yeah.
Lion got 2 days rest twice on wins. Then it's this series.
Lion goes in.
Game 1, 2 days
wins.
rest.
Yep.
Game 4, 2 days rest. The thing that you did build the whole goaltender plane out of has materialized
coming true
in these playoffs. It is kind of wild because you wouldn't just say that Lion was bad in these games that he lost.
No.
But every single win, they've done it with a goalie getting an extra day of rest. The other way to say that is when a goalie has had to go every other night like a regular schedule, the goalie has lost the second game. And that is crazy.
That's
it's
wild.
worked out like that.
That is wild.
We call this hot and cold. What do we call it? Hot and cold?
Hot and cold.
Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. Hot and cold. All right, Mr. Joe Kelly.
Okay.
You know what's hot? Manchester City plays Crystal Palace today. Just saying, if they could get a draw, that'd be nice for me. They won't. But go ahead.
All right.
That's hot. I like a draw for Crystal Palace. That's hot.
Okay. We got our first one on the board. I just got this tweeted at me. This is a little interesting here. Hot or cold? Craft beer. This is Brett tweeting it, by the way. Someone who was deep into beer for many years with IPAs, heavy stouts, find myself these playoffs really just wanting a light beer parallel now a lot of the time. Is it a cold take to be thinking that way, or is that a hot take?
I think it's situational. First off, Friday, go to Resurgence for Bulldogs Happy Hour to raise money for the Ride for Roswell.
I will be there.
I'm going to try and make an appearance, see if the fam can get down there. I will say that, I like my craft beer. When we were on vacation recently in Portugal, in Madeira, they pretty much had one beer to drink that I found on the entire island.
Yeah.
Just a light beer that's I think it's called like Coral. So,
I'll just have in Costa Rica.
Yeah,
too,
it's like I'll just have the beer.
Right.
And removing the options. Sometimes you can be happier when you have fewer options. But I'm not about to. No, are you kidding me? Wayland and Prison City just made a collab. You think I'm ditching?
Yeah, I can't. Do
Please.
it
I knew that one would be interesting.
Yeah, do whatever you like. I have one policy in life: don't drink a beer you don't like.
It's a good policy. A double pastry.
Sometimes you try something you don't like it.
Pastry.
Don't drink it. You don't like it. Send it back. Send it back.
Send the double.
Sneaky
pastry
Joe
back.
made that mistake for the Tampa game. We're all out there. He's wearing shorts for the Tampa game because he said he would. And we get out to a local brewery, and he ordered what he did not realize was a double pastry motor oil dessert stout.
It was a milkshake.
Took 2 sips. Was like,
Oh, no.
Like, send it back, man. Tell him you don't want it. Don't drink a beer you don't like.
Problems here.
Yeah, that's a good move. Good move. Don't drink a beer you don't like. I like that. All right. Up next, we got a lot. Trevor tweets in, with the officiating last night, the NHL, worst run league in sports? ? Hot or cold? Is there a worse one?
No, it's the NHL.
It's I'm gonna
it's
go
officiating. It's offside review. It's the playoff format. It's the point system. It's the Department of Player Safety.
It's the advertising as well is a disaster.
Yes,
they are so bad at that.
What was that one ad you saw watching the NHL Network? You pointed out a couple weeks ago.
I can't even talk about it on the air.
Yeah,
I can't talk about it on the air. That's how crazy the commercial was on NHL Network.
Tough scenes all around.
There was an ad last night for one of the life insurance firms, and it's Marshawn and the other guy, Sam Bennett, is the guy.
Yeah.
And it's another one of those spots where I'm like, do people think that you just recognize who Sam Bennett is?
Sam Bennett too.
It's like they had that one commercial where they refer to a guy by his nickname. Who was it? We said like who? Pat Falloon, was it?
Oh, Maroon. It was the Big Rig or whatever.
The Big Rig. Does the
Big
NHL think
Rig's here.
people know who Pat Maroon is?
There's also 7 guys called the Big Rig. Greenway's called the Big Rig.
Right.
They call him
Yes.
They call him the Big Rig. Everybody's the Big Rig.
Yeah. Hey, it's the Big Rig here for so-and-so. I'm sorry, who are you? The NHL thinks... Anyway, go ahead.
All right. Next one. Tim tweets in, Subban will never say UPL's name correctly. Hot or cold?
That's probably hot. That's probably right.
Yeah.
They were calling him...
correct.
They've done it on purpose once. They called him Leakinen after Game 2.
Wow. That's a solid blast.
Yeah.
That's pretty
That
good.
is real good.
Yeah.
I can't believe it took us this long to get to that.
I mean, we've always had Ukko-Pekka lets him in, but Leakinen is pretty good too. That's good.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's really strong.
I appreciate that. But yesterday, Subban just flopped Ukko and Pekka. He went Pekka, Ukko, Luukkonen.
It's as bad as Mad Dog saying Igby Smith at this point. We're nearing the next that territory.
Smith.
But I tweeted this out last night in the intermission between the first and second period, so it's a lot of emotions in here right now. We got to weed through. Bills by Billion tweets in, we're watching Olympic level diving from the Canadians last night.
Correct.
There's a couple rough ones.
Yeah, I mean, a couple. I mean, there's the Goalie. Slavkovsky did it. There was another. Oh, the cross check was a dive. Caulfield went down pretty easy on one that he drew. Yeah, it was embarrassing. I don't know if the European vibe that is in Montreal has infected the players, so now they're flopping like soccer players or what's going on, but it was embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's been a story all playoffs long that the Tampa-Montreal series had been really bad. Both teams, nonstop, to the point where the league definitely made a call to their referees. And in one night, I think it was one night, McKinnon and Crosby both got nailed for embellishment. And that was as clear as day. Okay, we're just going to call a couple of guys for this and everybody else should take note. Nobody's taking note. Nobody cares. Everybody's diving.
I remember the clip
really
of Crosby in the box because a woman looked at him and he looked at her and he smiled
yeah, that's pretty. I did that. And he did. But it is really, it's kind of embarrassing frankly. Like, for the league that is supposed to be macho man, we're all so tough. Like, there's a lot of flopping going on. I would maybe like that to stop.
Yeah. Craig Berube fired.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Craig Berube.
Continuing on. That is hot. Sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so. And then the last one. It's prefaced with a mostly non-serious take. Most of the Sabres are in their first playoff series, which means their first playoff beards. Maybe the extra facial hair is distracting enough to put someone off their game. Hot or cold?
Wait, what is the theory?
It's like the extra facial hair is throwing off the game or something like that, right? Like just something
I gotta
goofy.
go cold there.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know
That's
about
cold.
any of that business.
It's not real. It's not real.
How about, by the way, two things on appearances of players. Benson having a strong playoff beard was unexpected and awesome.
The very true.
I mean,
does he have what we would call a strong playoff
Stronger
beard?
than you would have thought.
Definitely better than I thought it would be.
I thought that it was gonna be just ratty.
I thought he would. Yeah, I thought he'd have like a ratty little goatee situation, like kind of like Byram rocks, or even better, Ristolainen used to rock.
Playoff
that
Risto.
like wispy sort of goat beard thing. I thought that would be Benson, and he's got a little bit of business going on. And then Hellenus's hair is awesome.
Oh yeah,
he looks like Einstein.
He does.
He's got
looks like an anime
it's
character.
Crazy how he looks with the helmet.
Did we
on.
play the clip from Hellenus yet about last night's game? Let's get that in here because I think this is pretty hot itself.
Yeah, I love this from him. I've liked everything out of Hellenus so far. I like his tape job. He's got the Rockstar tape job.
I haven't noticed that. What is it?
Oh, he's got like 2 strips of tape, just 2 strips like in the middle of the blade. It's a crazy tape job. But every team needs a guy. I tweeted this early in the year when he got called up, and everybody loved it. Every team needs a Rockstar tape job guy. Pasternak's got the gaps one.
Yeah.
Hellenus has the just like 2 strips near the toe. It's really good.
Here he is.
I felt comfortable. It's just hockey games, playoffs in NHL, but you never played there. But it's same sport, so a little bit harder, but just gotta play your own game and trust yourself and trust your teammates.
I love that from Hellenus.
Yep.
Just a hockey game.
Just a hockey game.
It's funny. Like one of my favorite things to ask, like, okay, if you could, sometimes it's about momentum. If you could have a player be completely unaffected by the crowd in either direction, would you take it? Doesn't get a boost at home, doesn't get a ding on the road. Would you just take that? I mean, Hellenus here is basically entering the Lions' den in Montreal. It's just like, meh, I felt pretty comfortable. Luukkonen looked pretty comfortable. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's that, though. Hot or cold?
That's hot or cold, brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. What else happened yesterday in this game, on the broadcast, anywhere? I don't know.
It is funny considering how much everybody thinks that Ferraro is a Canadiens homer right now, that he kind of just sits on the Canadiens bench in Montreal. I don't know if you guys have seen the setup.
Maybe that's why it's tilted, because he feels like if he's not nice, they'll hit him.
I have noticed that Xhekaj often stands right there because that's kind of the enforcer spot, is like at the end of the bench between the 2 benches, so you can kind of, hey, shut up to the other team. But I've noticed that, and Ferraro goes out of his way to compliment Xhekaj about being like policing the bench all the time. Yeah. And every time he does it, I look up at like the screen, and Xhekaj's like screaming at somebody like 4 feet away from Ferraro.
Yeah,
which is pretty funny.
So Game 6, the Sabres announced there will be a watch party at the arena.
Yes.
We might be having one as well. It'd be pretty great. Hope we can do that. But, yeah, if there's a watch party at the arena, we'll debate whether or not that is the best way to go. Like, it's a Saturday night at 8 p.m. Where should you go to watch the game? Your local establishment instead? I mean, I have a pretty good time at the local establishments,
That's pretty awesome.
Packed bars are a lot of fun, and the arena could be cool. So if that's something you want to do, they've said that they would have a watch party for Game 6. It was going to be $5 to get in, with those proceeds going toward the Buffalo Sabres Foundation. Maybe more details come about that now that Game 6 has, in fact, been
guaranteed.
Yeah, locked in.
What's the temperature outlook? I know you said it's going up for Monday, potential Game 7 being very...
The temperature outlook for...
Good Game 6, is it going to be a
watch party?
Yeah.
Hot. Whoa, all right. Saturday, game time face-off temperature is 68.
Ooh.
High of 74 on Saturday.
Nice.
It does not get much better than that.
No, that's...
What time are we playing golf? We're playing Sunday? We're playing
so.
Sunday.
I think we're playing Sunday.
Okay, because we can't play too close to the game on
No.
Saturday. We're playing Sunday.
Yeah.
That's the plan, at least.
Yeah, I think Sunday afternoon is when we're playing.
All right. Let's get another call in here. Mark in Tonawanda. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. It's good seeing you before the game. Game one, we slapped each other up, and I think it had something to do with the win. Hey, I just think that Tage Thompson's got to change his game up. If he wants to, stay in, because clearly something's wrong with him. He's not the same player. He, instead of making that extra move, he's got to be able to just dump the puck in and have Krebs go after it. I don't know how else to solve that. And two, I think it's time you bring Meza up. I think the game is too fast for Shen and Stanley. Montreal, they are just way too fast. And I think a game in Buffalo, get Meza up here and get his feet wet with some playoff hockey. But I'm going to have to listen to you boys. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Thanks, Mark. We've talked about Tage a little bit. I don't really know what to do with it. What do you want to do? Change his game? What should he do?
I don't know. Just stick. He's just got to stick with it.
Got to keep going, hopefully,
the dam will break.
Yeah, whatever's bothering him gets better.
Or if nothing is, then he just finds his game again, which I think is possible still. Everybody's very hot about that, and I think it's possible.
Expected goal share for the Sabres in the playoffs so far, Tage is underwater on that.
Yeah.
Tage and Tuck and Krebs are all underwater on being 50%.
It's about time to have a conversation about what Tuck's up to too. He has been a ghost here in this series. A ghost. Last night was a little better in some of the defensive areas, but that's not, good for you, but you should score some goals here.
Can you get the top 4 forwards and expected goal percentage so far in the playoffs?
All of the playoffs?
For the Sabres.
For the Sabres.
Top 4 Sabres forwards.
Hellenis.
1. Which one game? But he's first.
Quinn.
4th.
I'm going to go Benson and Doan.
Benson and Zucker. Zone is 5th among forwards. Hellenis, Benson, Zucker, Quinn.
I feel pretty good about 4 out of 5 there.
Yeah. Really, Doan's played all the games and Hellenis has played 1. I would imagine he's not going to maintain an 82% expected goal share.
Maybe. That'd be cool.
That'd be great.
That'd be awesome.
Not coming out of the lineup, you do that.
Yeah, certainly not.
Extendo Sports coming up, and then we'll pass off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
I kind of think the turning point of the game, remember they had to start the third period killing 2 minutes and 31 seconds of a penalty.
Yeah.
And it's tie game. If the Canadians score, now these fans go off again. They just are out of their minds. If Buffalo kills it off, exactly what happened. The crowd sat down. It was the first time in 2 games I could hear myself thinking there. They basically took them out of the game, and then they get the goal themselves. The goal themselves, of course, is the game-winning goal, but I think killing that penalty was the game-winning idea because it put everything Buffalo's way. Now they're sitting here, all right, good, we killed this penalty, we're good at that, and now we know how to play close games in the third period because we've done it all year. And then they get the power play goal. Now they really know how they want to play because, they know how to shut down a 1-goal lead. And it kind of rolled there. And as I said, that's when you say to yourself, there are the Buffalo Sabres we've seen all season long.
Yeah. man. I always, like, especially during playoffs and sometimes for Bills season when there's a big game or a playoff game on the weekend, I always have that feeling of, like, signing off yesterday. Well, we'll see what tomorrow is. It's a different world. Are they going to win or are they going to lose? If they're down 3-1 versus 2-2, like, that is a different experience. And, you know, we'll have tomorrow's show. That's Game 5. Friday will be Game 6. And then Monday, what? We're talking about Carolina. We're talking about the season being over. Or we're talking about Game 7. Like, those are three different the multiverse splits.
Yeah.
It's a great time of year. So anyway, that's just the stuff I think about. Think about all the different things that could happen. Who is in net tomorrow night? Place your bets. Drum banger draft. I've got till tomorrow.
Yes.
I got a waiver wire order to pick up. I got to make sure I get something. I got Ryan Miller. So I have 2 points. Joe Kelly has 2 points. You and Joe DiBiase, Owen, and Joe Sneaky Joe have 0 points.
Mm-hmm.
Who am I going to pick up on this team? What's it missing? Jim Kelly, Marty Baron. I'm making 2 moves. I'm dropping Marty. He's not gonna bang the drum. Jim Kelly, Thomas Vanek, Derek Roy. Game 5.
I don't know if I see Kelly doing it though.
I don't either. I might clean house. Clean house.
Wow.
This team.
Could I make a quick move?
No.
Tomorrow.
I get first move.
I can't even drop Wyatt Russell?
No. Maybe if you can, but that only gives me someone to pick up if I wanted to.
Okay.
It's Game 5. It's going to be somebody big.
It's got to be.
Does
it have to be a former Sabre? I mean, that hasn't been the trend. I feel like this should be, right?
I've got my guy. Did he ever play for them? Hold on.
For Montreal?
Yeah. I got to check if he ever played for Montreal. If he didn't play for Montreal, this is my move. He didn't. Okay.
I think I know who it is, but I'm not going to say it.
He won't do it. He won't. Who is it?
Is it Perot?
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
How about JP Dumont?
Oh, that'd be a good one.
That would be fun.
Everybody loves JP Dumont, right?
Everybody does.
He
love
comes
JP
back for a lot of the events.
Yeah.
He's high on my board here, JP Dumont. Might want to get him on the team.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm going to think about it. We'll do a drum banger draft waiver session tomorrow. We'll text Joe, see if he wants to make any changes to his roster. Maybe Brad May. Shane Doan's been in the building. Johnny Resnick, he's been there too.
So is Chad Michael Murray.
We got a lot of jumbotrons. All right, here we go. Rob in Saratoga Springs, really important question. Hey, Rob, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
So it's my first time watching the Sabres in the playoffs. I didn't become a fan until, probably after 2011. But I have a wedding Saturday. That's Game 6. I'm in the wedding. I'm not the best man. I'm just a groomsman. What's the etiquette, of streaming the game at the, the reception party? Everybody's drinking, eating. What's your guys' take on that?
So will there be a screen there?
No, probably gonna have to stream it on my phone.
Have you confirmed there will be no presence of a screen? Like you're in the wedding.
I haven't confirmed it, but I'm pretty sure my wife watches the Sabres with me. Pretty sure I'm the only Sabres fan. They're Bills fans, but
yeah,
I don't think they'll.
If it's a Buffalo wedding in Buffalo, they are going to feel a little bit of duty. The game's not during the ceremony. The game's during the reception is how I operate. And receptions are supposed to be fun. It's tough.
Yeah. So I think if I, get my dance with my wife, socialize a little bit, then I don't think it's too bad if I pop on the game, right?
I mean, listen, what you hope for is that there's a bar there with a television. If you know there isn't, that becomes tougher. Because if there's a bar with a television, like, I'm just going to get a drink, and you're there, and then everybody, congregates, and that's just like, hey, it's unfortunate. That's just how it went. Yeah, it's a tough call this Saturday night.
Okay.
Well, good luck, Rob. I mean, you'll have your phone. So, the thing thank you. Could you? You can't do an AirPod. Like, we need invisible, like a cochlear implant, or you put that in, and is listen to the game and nobody knows you have headphones in.
They do have some smaller headphones like that.
That are invisible, completely invisible.
They're like skin tone that if you were looking at someone, you wouldn't know they're in.
And then all of a sudden you just scream out, yeah!
We don't have any glasses yet that have little tiny screens
we have
in them.
Or speakers. Sal's got those.
Or the speakers.
Those souped-up glasses that work.
Yeah.
All right, we're back tomorrow. We'll preview Game 5. We'll get ready for it. Thanks for listening, calling, texting, tweeting, all the good stuff. Good vibes today. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.